Mission number 1. The road to business success. A talk to young men. It is well that young men should begin at the beginning to occupy the most subordinate positions. Many of the leading businessmen of Pittsburgh had a serious responsibility thrust upon them at the very threshold of their career. They were introduced to the broom and spent the first hours of their business life sweeping up the office. I notice we have janitors and janitresses now in offices, and our young men unfortunately miss that salutary branch of the business education. But if by chance the professional sweeper is absent any morning, the boy who has the genius of the future partnering him would not hesitate to try his hand at the broom. The other day a fond fashionable mother in Michigan asked a young man whether he had ever seen a young lady sweep in her room so grandly as her Priscilla. He said no, he never had, and the mother was gratified beyond measure. But then said he, after a pause, "What I should like to see her do is sweep out a room." It does not hurt the newest comer to sweep out the office if necessary. I was one of those sweepers myself, and who do you suppose were my fellow sweepers? David McCargo, now superintendent of the Allegheny Valley Railroad; Robert Pitcairn, superintendent of the Pennsylvania Railroad; and Mr. Moreland, city attorney. We all took turns to each morning did the sweeping, and now I remember Davy was so proud of his clean white shirt, wasn't that he used to spread it over an old soap bandana handkerchief which he kept for the purpose. Well, the other boys thought he was putting on airs. So he was. None of us had a silk handkerchief. Assuming that you have all obtained employment or are fairly started, my advice to you is MI. I would not give a fig for the young man who does not already see himself the partner or the head of an important firm. Do not rest content for a moment in your thoughts as head clerk or foreman or general manager in any concern, no matter how extensive. Say each to yourself, my place is at the top. Be king in your dreams. Make your vow that you will reach that position with untarnished reputation. Make no other vow to distract your attention, except the very commendable one that, when you are a member of the firm or before that, if you have been promoted 2 or 3 times, you will form another partnership with the loveliest of her sex, a partnership to which our new partnership act is no application. But liability there is never limited. Let me indicate 2 or 3 conditions essential to success. Do not be afraid that I am going to moralize or inflict a homily upon you. I speak on the subject only from the view of the man of the world, desirous of aiding you to become successful businessmen. You all know that there is no genuine praiseworthy success in life if you are not honest, truthful, fair-dealing. I assume you are, and will remain all these, and also that you are determined to live pure, respectable lives, free from pernicious or equivocal associations with one sex or the other. There's no credible future for you else. Otherwise your learning and your advantages not only go for naught, but serve to accentuate your failure and your disgrace. I hope you will not take it amiss if I warn you against 3 of the gravest dangers which will beset you in your upward path. The first and most seductive and the destroyer of most young men is the drinking of liquor. I am no temperance lecturer in disguise, but a man who knows and tells you what observation is proved to him. And I say to you that you are more likely to fail in your career from acquiring the habit of drinking liquor than any other or all the other temptations likely to assail you. You may yield to almost any other temptation and reform, may brace up and, if not recover lost ground, at least remain in the race and secure and maintain a respectable position. But from the insane thirst for liquor, escape is almost impossible. I have known but few exceptions to this rule. First, then, you must not drink liquor to excess. Better if you do not touch it at all. Much better. But if this be too hard a rule for you, then take your stand firmly here. Resolve never to touch it except at meals. A glass at dinner will not hinder your advance in life or lower your tone. But I implore you hold it inconsistent with the dignity and self-respect of gentlemen, with what is due from yourselves to yourselves, being the men you are, and especially the men you are determined to become, to drink a glass of liquor at a bar. You far too much of the gentleman ever to enter a barroom. You do not pursue your careers in safety unless you stand firmly upon this ground. Adhere to it, and you have escaped danger from the deadliest of your foes. The next greatest danger to a young businessman in this community I believe to be that of speculation. When I was a telegraph operator here, we had no exchanges in the city, but the men or firms who speculated upon the Eastern exchanges were necessarily known to the operators. They could be counted on the fingers of one hand. These men were not our citizens of first repute. They were regarded with suspicion. I have lived to see all of these speculators irreparably ruin men, bankrupt in money, and bankrupt in character. There is scarcely an instance of a man who has made a fortune by speculation and kept it. Gamesters died poor, and there is certainly not an instance of a speculator who has lived a life creditable to himself or advantageous to the community. The man who grasps the morning paper to see first how his speculative ventures upon the exchanges are likely to result, unfits himself for the calm consideration and proper solution of business problems with which he has to deal later in the day, and saps the sources of that persistent and concentrated energy upon which depend the permanent success, and often the very safety of his main business. The speculator and the businessman tread diverging lines. The former depends upon the sudden turn of fortune's wheel. He is a millionaire today, out bankrupt tomorrow. But the man of business knows that only by years of patient, unremitting attention to affairs can he earn his reward, which is the result not of chance but of well-devised means for the attainment of ends. During all these years his is the cheering thought, by no possibility can he benefit himself without carrying prosperity to others. The speculator, on the other hand, had better never have lived so far as the good of others or the good of the community is concerned. Hundreds of young men were tempted in the city not long since to gamble in oil, and many were ruined. All were injured whether they lost or won. You may be, nay, you are certain to be similarly tempted, but when so tempted I hope you will remember this advice. Say to the tempter who asks you to risk your small savings that if ever you decide to speculate, you are determined to go to a regular and well-conducted house where they cheat fair. You can get fair play and about an equal chance upon the red and black in such a place. Upon the exchange you have neither. You might as well try your luck with a 3-card Monte man. There's another point involved at speculation. Not these more essential to young businessmen than untarnished credit begotten of confidence in their prudence, principles, and stability of character. Well, believe me, nothing kills credit sooner in any bank board than the knowledge that either firms or men engage in speculation. It matters not a whit whether gains or losses be the temporary result of these operations. The moment a man is known to speculate, his credit is impaired, and soon thereafter it is gone. How can a man be credited whose resources may be swept away in 1 hour by a panic among gamesters? Who can tell how he stands among them, except that this is certain? He has given due notice that he may stand to lose all, so that those who credit him have themselves to blame. Resolve to be businessmen, but speculators, never. The third and last danger against which I shall warn you is one which has wrecked many a fair craft which started well, gave promise of a prosperous voyage. It is the perilous habit of endorsing, all the more dangerous inasmuch as it assails one generally in the garb of friendship. It appeals to your generous instincts, and you say, how can I refuse to lend my name only to assist a friend? It is because there is so much that is true and commendable in that view that the practice is so dangerous. Let me endeavor to put you upon safe, honorable grounds in regard to it. I would say to you to make it a rule now, never endorse. But this is too much like never taste wine, or never smoke, or any other of the beverages. They generally result in exceptions. You will, as businessmen now and then, probably become security for friends. Now here is the line at which regard for the success of friends should cease and regard for your own honor begin. You owe anything or your capital and all your effects are a solemn trust in your hands to be held inviolate, for the security of those who have trusted you. Nothing can be done by you with honor which jeopardizes these first claims upon you. When a man in debt endorses for another, it is not his own credit or his own capital he risks. It is that of his own creditors. He violates a trust. Must you then never endorse until you have cash means not required for your own debts, and never endorse beyond those means. Before you endorse at all, consider endorsements as gifts, and ask yourselves whether you wish to make the gift to your friend, whether the money is really yours to give, and not a trust for your creditors. You are not safe, gentlemen, unless you stand firmly upon this as the only ground which an honest businessman can occupy. I beseech you, avoid liquor, speculation, and endorsement. Do not fail in either, for liquor and speculation are the Scylla and Charybdis of the young man's business sea. An endorsement is rock ahead. Assuming you are safe in regard to these your gravest dangers, the question now is how to rise from the subordinate position you have imagined you in. Through these successive praise to the position for which you are, in my opinion, and I trust in your own evidently intended. I can give you the secret. It lies mainly in this. Instead of the question, what must I do for my employer? Substitute, what can I do? Faithful and conscientious discharge of the duties assigned you is all very well, but the verdict in such cases generally is that you perform your present duties so well that you had better continue performing them. Now, young gentlemen, this will not do. It will not do for the coming partners. There must be something beyond this. We make clerks, bookkeepers, treasurers, bank tellers of this class, and there they remain to the end of the chapter. The rising man must do something exceptional, and beyond the range of his special department. He must attract attention. A shipping clerk, he may do so by discovering an invoice in error with which he has nothing to do, which has escaped the attention of the proper party. If a wedding clerk, he may save the firm by doubting the adjustment of the scales and having them corrected, even if this be the province of the master mechanic. If a messenger boy, even he can lay the seed of promotion by going beyond the letter of his instructions in order to secure the desired reply. There is no service so low and simple, neither any so high, in which the young man of ability and willing disposition cannot readily and almost daily prove himself capable of greater trust and usefulness, and, what is equally important, show his invincible determination to rise. Some day in your own department you will be directed to do or say something which you know will prove disadvantage to the interest of the firm. Here is your chance. Stand up like a man and say so. Say boldly and give your reasons, and thus prove to your employer that, while his thoughts have been engaged upon other matters, you have been studying during hours when perhaps he thought you asleep, how to advance his interests. You may be right or you may be wrong, but in either case you have gained the first condition of success. You have attracted attention. Your employer has found that he is not a mere hireling in his service, but a man, not one who is content to give so many hours of work for so many dollars in return, but one who devotes his spare hours and constant thoughts to the business. Such an employee must perforce be thought of, and thought of kindly and well. It will not be long before his advice is asked in a special branch, and if the advice given be sound, it will soon be asked and taken upon questions of broader bearing. This means partnership, if not with present employers, then with others. Your foot in such cases upon the latter. The amount of planning done depends entirely upon yourself. One false axiom you will often hear, which I wish to guide you against. Obey orders if you break owners. Don't you do it. There is no rule for you to follow. Always break orders to save owners. There never was a great character who did not sometimes smash the routine regulations and make new ones for himself. The rule is only suitable for such as have no aspirations, and you have not forgotten that you are destined to be owners and to make orders and break orders. Do not hesitate to do it whenever you are sure the interests of your employer will be thereby promoted, and when you are so sure of the result that you are willing to take responsibility, you will never be a partner unless you know the business of your department far better than the owners possibly can. When called to account for your independent action, show him the result of your genius, and tell him that you knew that it would be so. Show him how mistaken the orders were. Loss your boss, just as soon as you can. Try it on early. There is nothing you will like so well if he is the right kind of boss. If he is not the man for you to remain with. Leave him whenever you can, even at a present sacrifice, and find one capable of discerning genius. Our young partners in the Carnegie firm have won their spurs by showing that we did not know half as well what was wanted as they did. Some of them had acted upon occasion with me as if we owned the firm, and I was but some merry New Yorker presuming to advise upon what I knew very little about. Well, they are not interfered with much now. They were the true bosses, the very men we were looking for. There is one sure want of a common partner, the future millionaire. His revenues always exceed his expenditures. He begins to save early, almost as soon as he begins to earn. No matter how little it may be possible to save that little. Invest it securely, not necessarily in bonds, but in anything which you have good reason to believe will be profitable. But no gambling with it, remember. A rare chance will soon present itself for investment. The little you have saved will prove the basis for an amount of credit, utterly surprising to you. Capitalists trust the saving young man. For every $100 you can produce as the result of hard-won savings, Midas, in search of a partner, will lend or credit 1,000. For every 1,000, 50,000. It is not capital that your seniors require. It is the man who has proved that he has the business habits which create capital, and to create it in the best of all possible ways, as far as self-discipline is concerned, is by adjusting his habits to his means. Gentlemen, it is the first $100 saved which tells. Begin at once to lay up something. VB predominates in the future millionaire. Of course, there are better, higher aims than saving. As an end, the acquisition of wealth is ignoble in the extreme. I assume that you save and long for wealth only as a means of enabling you, but better to do something good in your day and generation. Make a note of this essential rule. Expenditure always within income. You may grow impatient or become discouraged when year by year you float on in subordinate positions. There is no doubt that it is becoming harder and harder as business gravitates more and more to immense concerns for a young man without capital to get a start for himself. And in the city especially where large capital is essential, it is unusually difficult. Still, let me tell you for your encouragement that there is no country in the world where able and energetic young men can so readily rise as this, nor any city where there is more room at the top. It has been impossible to meet the demand for capable first-class bookkeepers. Mark the adjectives. The supply has never been equal to the demand. Young men give all kinds of reasons why in their cases failure was clearly attributable to exceptional circumstances, which render success impossible. Some never had a chance, according to their own story. This is simply nonsense. No young man ever lived who had not had a chance, and a splendid chance too, if he ever was employed at all. Is essayed in the mind of his immediate superior, from the day he begins work, and after a time if he has merits, he is essayed in the council chamber of the firm. His ability, honesty, habits, associations, temper, disposition, all these are weighed and analyzed. The young man who never had a chance is the same young man who has been canvassed over and over again by his superiors, and found destitute of necessary qualifications, or is deemed unworthy of closer relations with the firm, owing to some objectionable act, habit, or association, of which he thought his employers ignorant. Another class of young men attribute their failure to employers having relations or favorites from the advance unfairly. They also insist that their employers dislike brighter intelligences than their own, and are disposed to discourage aspiring genius, and delight in keeping young men down. There is nothing in this. On the contrary, There is no one suffering so much for lack of the right man in the right place. You are so anxious to find him as the owner. There is not a firm in Pittsburgh today which is not in a constant search for business ability. And every one of them will tell you that there is no article in the market at all times so scarce. There is always a booming brains. Cultivate that crop. For if you grow any amount of that commodity, here is your best market, and you cannot overstock it. And the more brains you have to sell, the higher price you can exact. They are not quite so sure a crop as wild oats, which never fail to produce a bountiful harvest, but they have the advantage over these in always finding a market. Do not hesitate to engage in any legitimate business. Where there is no business in America, I do not care what, which will not yield a fair profit if it receive the unremitting, exclusive attention and all the capital of capable and industrious men. Every business will have its season of depression. Years always come during which the manufacturers and merchants of the city are severely tried. Years when mills must be run, not for profit but at a loss, that the organization and men may be kept together and employed, and the concern may keep its products in the market. But on the other hand, every legitimate business producing ideally in an article, which man requires is bound in time to be fairly profitable, if properly conducted. And here is the prime condition of success, the great secret. Concentrate your energy, thought, and capital exclusively upon the business in which you are engaged. Having begun in one line, resolve to find it out on that line, to lead in it, adopt every improvement, have the best machinery, and know the most about it. The concerns which fail are those which have scattered their capital, which means that they have scattered their brains also. They had investments in this or that or the other, here, there, and everywhere. Don't put all your eggs in one basket is all wrong. I tell you, put all your eggs in one basket, and then watch that basket. Look around you and take notice. Then as you do that, do not often fail. It is easy to watch and carry the one basket. It is trying to carry too many baskets that one breaks most eggs in this country. He who carries 3 baskets must put one on his head, which is apt to tumble and trip him up. One fault of the American businessman is lack of concentration. To summarize what I have said, aim for the highest, never enter a barroom, do not touch liquor, or if at all, only at meals. Never speculate. Never endorse behind your surplus cash fund. Make firm's interest yours. Break orders always to save owners. Concentrate. Put all your eggs in one basket and watch that basket. Expenditure always within revenue. Lastly, be not impatient. For as Emerson says, no one can cheat you out of ultimate success but yourselves. I congratulate poor young men upon being born to that ancient and honorable degree which renders it necessary that they should devote themselves to hard work. A basket full of bonds is the heaviest basket a young man ever had to carry. He generally gets to staggering under it. We have in the city credible instances of such young men, who press to the front rank of our best and most useful citizens. They deserve great credit. But the vast majority of the sons of rich men are unable to resist the temptations to which wealth subjects them, and sink to unworthy lives. I would almost as soon leave a young man a curse as burden him with the almighty dollar. It is not from this class you have rivalry to fear. The partner's sons will not trouble you much, but look out that some boys poorer, much poorer than yourselves, whose parents cannot afford to give them the advantages of a course in this institute, advantages which should give you a decided lead in the race. Look out that such boys do not challenge you at the post, and pass you at the grandstand. Look out for the boy who has to plunge into work direct from the common school, and who begins by sweeping out the office. He is the probable God course that you had better watch. Section 2. The common interest of labor and capital. Address to working men. A great philosopher has pointed out to us that in this life, the highest reward that we can obtain is the purchase of satisfactions. I have purchased a great satisfaction, one of the greatest I have ever acquired. I have been privileged to help some of my fellow workmen help themselves. This library, Braddock, Pennsylvania, will give them an opportunity to make themselves more valuable to their employers, and so lay out intellectual capital that cannot be impaired or depreciated. It is very unfortunate that the irresistible tendency of our age, which draws manufacturing into immense establishments, requiring the work of thousands of men, renders it impossible for employers who reside near to obtain that intimate acquaintance with employees, which under the old system of manufacturing and very small establishments made the relation of master and man more pleasing to both. When articles were manufactured in small shops by employers who required only the assistance of a few men and apprentices, the employer had opportunities to know everyone, to become well acquainted with each, and to know his merits both as a man and as a workman, and on the other hand, the workman, being brought into closer contact with his employer, inevitably knew more of his business, of his cares and troubles, of his efforts to succeed, and more important than all, they came to know something of the characteristics of the man himself. All this is changed. Thus, the employees become more like human machines, as it were, to the employer, and the employer becomes almost a myth to his men. From every point of view, this is a most regrettable result, yet it is one for which I see no remedy. The free play of economic laws is forcing the manufacture of all articles of general consumption more and more into the hands of a few enormous concerns, though their cost to the consumer may be less. There is no longer any room for conducting the manufacture of such articles upon a small scale. Expensive works and machinery costing millions are required, and the amount per ton or per yard of what we call fixed charges is so great a factor in the total cost that whether a concern can run successfully or not in many cases depends on whether it divides these fixed charges, which may be said to be practically the same in a large establishment as in a smaller, by 1,000 tons per day or by 500 tons per day of product. Hence, the reason for the continual increase year by year in the product from the mills, not that the manufacturer wishes primarily to increase his product, but that the strain of competition forces him into extensions that he may thereby reduce more and more per ton or per yard in these fixed charges upon which the safety of his capital depends. It being therefore impossible for the employers of thousands to become acquainted with their men, if we are not to lose all feeling of mutuality between us, the employer must seek their acquaintance through other forms, to express his care for the well-being of those upon whose labor he depends for success, by devoting part of his earnings for institutions like this library, and for the accommodation of organizations, such as the cooperative stores which occupy the lower floor of this building, and I hope in return that the employees are to show by the use which they make of such benefactions that they in turn respond to this sentiment upon the part of employers wherever it may be found. By such means as these we may hope to maintain to some extent the old feeling of kindliness, mutual confidence, respect, and esteem which formerly distinguished the relations between the employer and his men. We are younger than Europe and have still something to see from the older land in this respect, but I rejoice to see that many manufacturers in this country are awakening to the sense of duty to their employees, and what is even still more important are the evidences which we find among our workmen of a desire to establish societies which cannot but be beneficial to themselves. It is all well enough for people to help others, but the grandest result is achieved when people prove able to help themselves. Another important feature which may be referred to is that in Pittsburgh, labor generally is paid so well that the workman can save something every month if only he will make the effort. Nothing can exceed the importance of saving part of his earnings. The workman who owns his own home has already a sure foundation upon which to build a competence which is to give him comfort and independence in old age. I have said how desirable it was that we should endeavor by every means in our power to bring about a feeling of mutuality and partnership between the employer and the employed. Believe me, the interests of capital and labor are one. He is an enemy of labor who seeks to array labor against capital. He is the enemy of capital who seeks to array capital against labor. I have given the subject of labor and capital a careful study for years, and I wish to quote a few paragraphs from an article I published years ago. Quote, "The greatest cause of the friction which prevails between capital and labor, the real essence of the trouble, and the remedy I have to propose for this unfortunate friction. The trouble is that men are not paid at any time the compensation proper to that time. All large concerns necessarily keep filled with orders, say for 6 months in advance, and these orders are taken, of course, at prices prevailing when they are booked. This year's operations furnish perhaps the best illustration of the difficulty. Steel rails at the end of last year for delivery this year were $29 per ton at the works. Of course, the mills entered orders freely at this price, and kept on entering them until the demand, growing unexpectedly great, carried prices up to $35 per ton. Now, the various mills in America are compelled for the next 6 months or more to run upon orders which do not average $31 per ton at the Seaboard and Pittsburgh, and say $34 at Chicago. Transportation, ironstone, and prices of all kinds have advanced upon them in the meantime, and they must therefore run for the bulk of the year upon very small margins of profit. But the men, noticing in the papers the great boom in steel rails, very naturally demand their share of the advance, and under our existing faulty arrangements between capital and labor, they have secured it. The employers, therefore, have grudgingly given what they know under proper arrangements they should not have been required to give, and there has been friction and still is dissatisfaction upon the part of the employers. Reverse this picture. The steel rail market falls again. The mills had still 6 months' work at prices above the prevailing market, and can afford to pay men higher wages than the then existing state of the market would apparently justify. But having just been immersed in extra payments for labor, which they should not have paid, they naturally attempt to reduce wages as the market price of the rails goes down, and there arises discontent among the men, and we have a repetition of the negotiations and strikes which have characterized the beginning of this year. In other words, when the employer is going down, the employee insists on going up, and vice versa. What we must seek is a plan by which men will receive high wages when their employers are receiving high prices for the product, and hence are making large profits, and per contra, when the employers are receiving low prices for product, and therefore small, if any, profits, the men will receive low wages. If this plan can be found, employers and employed will be in the same boat, rejoicing together in their prosperity, and calling into play their fortitude together in adversity. There will be no room for quarrels, and instead of a feeling of antagonism, there will be a feeling of partnership between employers and employed. There is a simple means of producing this result, and to its general introduction, both employers and employed should steadily bend their energies. Wages should be based upon a sliding scale in proportion to the net prices received for product month by month. It is impossible for capital to defraud labor under a sliding scale. End quote. One advantage of this library, Carnegie Library at Braddock, Pennsylvania, will be that it will bring before you every local newspaper and every trade journal, and I beg you all to read these carefully. You will find many misstatements, many blunders. These are inseparable from the newspaper press, which must work hastily and report even rumors. But by studying the principal journals, the tendency of affairs can be correctly seen. Newspapers will not give you a correct statement of the prices of material. Manufacturers are disposed to give the brightest coloring to the situation, to report the highest sales made with a view to maintain prices and induce customers to purchase. They will probably not report how low they have been compelled to sell in order to meet competition and keep works running. Nevertheless, the careful perusal of the newspapers and trade journals, as I have said, will enable you to form a general opinion of the trend of events in the commercial world. If you read the papers today, you will know that out of 13 mills engaged in the manufacture of steel rails in this country, not more than 3 are running to their capacity. Only 1 mill in all the West is making rails, North Chicago, and I am sorry to say that it seems probable that even that one will not be able to run continuously. The most melancholy feature in all the disputes between labor and capital is that it is scarcely ever capital that succeeds in breaking down the price of labor, but alas, it is labor which stabs labor. Look around you and see labor working for 10, 20, and even 30% less in some mills, and at Johnstown and Harrisburg for less than 1/2 what we pay for skilled labor in this district. And then in your hearts, blame not capital, but consider employers who regret their reductions in wages, who stand out against them and run for years of higher prices as the best friends of labor, even although at last they must frankly confess that if they are to give their men steady employment and save their capital and works, they are forced to ask them to work at the rates obtained by their competitors. The first employer who reduces labor is labor's enemy, but the last employer to reduce labor may be labor's staunchest friend. The fatal enemy of labor is labor, not capital. The greatest character in the public life of Britain and the staunchest friend of the Republic in its hour of need, the radical John Bright, being once asked what was his most valuable acquisition, replied, "A taste for reading." I can truthfully say from my own experience that I agree with that great man. Most anxious to give you the best advice in my power, I advise you to cultivate the taste for reading. When I was a boy in my teens in Allegheny City, Colonel Anderson, whose memory I must ever revere, who had a few hundred books, gave notice that he would lend these books every Saturday afternoon to boys and young men. You cannot imagine with what anxiety some of us who embraced this opportunity to obtain knowledge looked forward to every Saturday afternoon when we could get one book exchanged for another. The principal partner with me in all our business, Mr. Phipps, equally with myself, obtained access to the stores of knowledge by means of this benefactor. It is from personal experience that I feel that there is no human arrangement so powerful for good, there is no benefit that can be bestowed upon a community so great, as that which places within the reach of all the treasures of the world which are stored up in books. We occasionally find traces, even at this day, of the old prejudice which existed against educating the masses of the people. I do not wonder that this should exist when I reflect upon what has hitherto passed for education. Men have wasted their precious years trying to extract education from an ignorant past, whose chief province is to teach us not what to adopt, but what to avoid. Men have sent their sons to college to waste their energies upon obtaining a knowledge of such languages as Greek and Latin, which are of no more practical use to them than jota. I have known few college graduates that knew Shakespeare or Milton. They might be able to tell you all about Ulysses or Agamemnon or Hector, but what are these compared to the characters that we find in our own classics? One service Russell Lowell has done, for which he should be thanked. He has boldly said that in Shakespeare alone, we have a greater treasure than in all the classics of ancient time. They have been crammed with the details of petty and insignificant skirmishes between savages, and taught to exalt a band of ruffians into heroes, and we have called them educated. They have been educated as if they were destined for life upon some other planet than this. They have in no sense received instruction. On the contrary, what they have obtained has served to imbue them with false ideas and to give them a distaste for practical life. I do not wonder that a prejudice has arisen and still exists against such education. In my own experience, I can say that I have known few young men intended for business who were not injured by a collegiate education. Had they gone into active work during the years spent at college, they would have been better educated men in every true sense of that term. The fire and energy have been stamped out of them, and how to so manage as to live a life of idleness and not a life of usefulness has become the chief question with them. But a new idea of education is now upon us. We begin to realize that a knowledge of chemistry, for instance, is worth more than a knowledge of all the dead languages that ever were spoken. A knowledge of mechanics more useful than all the classical learning that can be crammed into young men at college. What is the young man to do who knows Greek, with the young man who knows stenography or telegraphy, for instance? Or bookkeeping, or chemistry, are the lies of mechanics in these days. Not that any kind of knowledge is to be underrated. All knowledge is, in a sense, useful. The point I wish to make is this, that except for the few who have the taste for the antiquarian, and who find that their work in life is to delve among the dusty records of the past, and for the few that lead professional lives, the education given today in our colleges is a positive disadvantage. The lack of education in its true sense has done more than all the other causes combined to prevent the universal recognition of labor. I remember that the great president, the greatest of all railway managers, Edgar Thompson, after whom the works here are called, once asked me to remove from Pittsburgh to be master of machinery of the Pennsylvania Railroad. Well, you may smile. And I said to Mr. Thompson, "Why, Mr. Thompson, you amaze me. I know nothing whatever about machinery." "That is the reason I want you to take charge of it," he replied. "I am never known a mechanic with judgment and good sense, except one." This was before the time of Captain Jones, so he could not have referred to the captain. This lack of judgment in mechanics was because at that day in this country they had failed to receive an all-round education. I mean the true education, and knowledge of matters and things in general, by which we are surrounded and with which we have to deal. The unprecedented success which has attended the development of the Bessemer works in this country has arisen from this cause above all others, that unlike the manufacture of iron, it has fallen into the hands of men of great scientific knowledge. The services of these men are recognized throughout the world and receive compensation which a few years ago would have been considered enormous, and in consequence they have lifted mechanical labor with them and served to dignify it in the eyes of the world. The mechanic, the mechanical engineer, the manager of steel mills are now titles of honor. If you want to make labor what it should be, educate yourself in useful knowledge. That is the moral I would emphasize. Get knowledge, cultivate a taste for reading, that you may know what the world has done and is doing, and the drift of affairs. The value of the education which young men can now receive cannot be overestimated, and it is to this education, as given in technical schools, to which I wish to call your attention. Time was when men had so little knowledge that it was easy for one man to embrace it all, and the courses in colleges bear painful evidence of this fact today. Knowledge is now so various, so extensive, so minute, that it is impossible for any man to know thoroughly more than one small branch. This is the age of the specialist. Therefore, you who have to make your living in this world should resolve to know the art which gives you support, to know that thoroughly and well, to be an expert in your specialty. If you are a mechanic, then from this library study every work bearing upon the subject of mechanics. If you are a chemist, then every work bearing upon chemistry. If you are at the blast furnaces, then every work upon the blast furnace. If you're in the mines, then every work upon mining. Let no man know more of your specialty than you do yourself. That should be your ideal. Then, far less important, but still important, to press sweetness and light into your life, be sure to read promiscuously and know a little about as many things as you have time to read about. Just as on his farm the farmer must first attend well to his potatoes and his corn and his wheat, from which he derives his revenue, so he may spend his spare hours as a labor of love in cultivating the flowers that surround his home. One domain you work, the other your recreation. In these days of transition, and of struggles between labor and capital, to know that a purpose can you devote a few of your spare hours than to a study of economic questions. There are certain great laws which will be obeyed, the law of supply and demand, the law of competition, the law of wages and profits. All these you will find laid down in the textbooks, and remember that there is no more possibility of defeating the operation of these laws than there is of thwarting the laws of nature which determine the humidity of the atmosphere or the revolution of the earth upon its axis. A severe study of scientific books must not be permitted to exclude the equally important duty of reading the masters of literature, and by all means of fiction. The feeling which prevails in some quarters against fiction is, in my opinion, only a prejudice. I know that some, indeed most, of the eminent men find in a good work of fiction one of the best means of enjoyment and of rest. When exhausted in mind and body, and especially in mind, nothing is so beneficial to them as to read a good novel. The fact that they know more about a problem than their fellows, and are able to suggest the remedy or improvement, is what is of value to them and their employer. There is no means so sure for enabling the workman to rise to the foremanship, managership, and finally partnership as knowledge of all that has been done and is being done in the world today, in the special department in which he labors. From the highest down to the lowest, a better grade of service is rendered by the intelligent man than it is possible for the ignorant man to render. Use knowledge always comes in, and whether you have knowledge on the part of the manager who directs or of the man who only handles the shovel, you have in him a valuable employee, in proportion to his knowledge, other things being equal. In the course of my experience as a manufacturer, I know our firm has made many mistakes by neglecting one simple rule: never to undertake anything new until your managers have had an opportunity to examine everything that has been done throughout this world in that department. Neglecting this has cost us many hundreds of thousands of dollars, and we have become wise. Now I say here to the man who is ambitious to learn, who perhaps thinks that he has some improvement in his mind, here in the rooms of this library there is, or I hope soon will be, the whole world's experience upon that subject, brought right before you down to a recent date. In any question of mechanics, or any question of chemistry, any question of finest practice, you will find the records of the world at your disposal here. If you are on the wrong track, these books will tell you. If you are on the right track, they will tell you. If you are on the right track, they will afford you encouragement. You can go through hall after hall in the patent office in Washington and see thousands of models and inventions bearing upon all branches of human industry, and 99 out of every 100 would never have been placed there had the ignorant inventor had at command such facilities as will be yours in this library. I have heard employers say that there was great danger that the masses of the people might become too well educated to be content in their useful and necessary occupations. It is required an effort upon my part to listen to this doctrine with patience. It is all wrong. I view it an unqualified contradiction. The trouble between capital and labor is just in proportion to the ignorance of the employer and the ignorance of the employed. The more intelligent the employer, the better, and the more intelligent the employed, the better. It is never education, it is never knowledge that produces collision. It is always ignorance on the part of one or the other of the two forces. Speaking from an experience not inconsiderable, I make this statement. Capital is ignorant of the necessities and the just dues of labor, and labor is ignorant of the necessities and dangers of capital. That is the true origin of friction between them. More knowledge on the part of capital of the good qualities of those that serve it, and some knowledge on the part of the men of the economic laws which hold the capitalists in their relentless grasp, would obviate most of the difficulties which arise between these two forces, which are indispensably necessary to each other. I hope that those of our men who possess that inestimable prize, the taste for reading, will make it a point to study carefully a few of the fundamental lies from which there is no escape, either on the part of labor or capital. If this library be instrumental in the slightest degree in spreading knowledge in this department, it will have justified its existence. I trust that you will not forget the importance of amusements. Life must not be taken too seriously. It is a great mistake to think that the man who works all the time wins the race. Have your amusements. Learn to play a good game of whist or a good game of draughts or a good game of billiards. Become interested in baseball or cricket or horses, anything that will give you innocent enjoyment and relieve you from the usual strain. There is not anything better than a good laugh. I attribute most of my success in life to the fact that, as my partners often say, trouble runs off my back like water from a duck. There is a poetical quotation from Shakespeare that is applicable. It used to wear your troubles as your outsides, like your garments, carelessly. Many men are to be met with in this life who would have been great and successful had the world rated them at the value which they placed upon themselves. This class are the victims of an hallucination. Nobody in the world desires to keep down ability. Everybody in the world has an outstretched hand for it. Every employer of labor is studying the young man around him, most anxious to find one of exceptional ability. Nothing in the world so desirable for him and so profitable for him as such a man. Every manager in the works stands ready to grasp, to utilize the man that can do something that is valuable. Every foreman wants to have him in his department, able men upon whom he can rely, and whose merits he obtains credit for, because the greatest test of ability in a manager is not the man himself, but the men with whom he is able to surround himself. These books on the shelves will tell you the story of the rise of many men from our own ranks. It is not the educated or so-called classically educated man. It is not the aristocracy. It is not the monarchs that have ruled the destinies of the world, either in camp, council, laboratory, or workshop. The great inventions, the improvements, the discoveries in science, the great works in literature have sprung from the ranks of the poor. You can scarcely name a great invention or a great discovery. You can scarcely name a great picture or a great statue, a great song or a great story, nor anything great that has not been the product of men who started like yourselves to earn an honest living by honest work. And believe me, the man whom the foreman does not appreciate, and the foreman whom the manager does not appreciate, and the manager whom the firm does not appreciate, has to find the fault, not in the firm, nor the manager, nor the foreman, but in himself. He cannot give the servants that which is so invaluable and so anxiously looked for. There is no man who may not rise to the highest position, nor is there any man who, from lack of the right qualities or failure to exercise them, may not sink to the lowest. Employees have chances to rise to higher work, to rise to be foremen, to be superintendents, and even to rise to be partners, and even to be chairmen in our service, if they prove themselves possessed of the qualities required. They need never fear being dispensed with. It is we who fear that the abilities of such men may be lost to us. It is highly gratifying to know that the hours of labor are being gradually reduced throughout the country. 8 hours to work, 8 hours to play, 8 hours to sleep seems the ideal division. If we could only establish by law that all manufacturing concerns which run day and night should use 3 turns, it would be most desirable. You know, we tried to do so for several years at the cost of some hundreds of thousands of dollars, but were finally compelled by our competitors to give up the struggle. The best plan, perhaps, is to reach it by slow degrees through state laws. No one firm can do much. All its competitors in the various states must be compelled to do likewise, for in our days profits are upon so narrow a margin that no firm can run its works except under similar conditions with its competitors. It is necessary, therefore, that laws should be secured binding upon all. We should be glad to support such a law, but even as at present, if workmen use well the time they have at their disposal, they will soon rise to higher positions. You need not work 12 hours very long. Most of us have worked more hours than 12 in our youth. The workman has many advantages today over his predecessors. A sliding scale for his labor ranks him higher than before as a man and a citizen. The proportion of the joint earnings of capital and labor given to labor never was so great and is constantly rising. The earnings of capital never were so low. I hope the future is to add many more advantages, and that the toilsome march which labor has had to make on its way from serfdom, when our forefathers were bought and sold with the mines and factories they worked, up to its present condition, is not yet ended, but that it is destined to continue and lead to other important results for the benefit and dignity of labor. Section 3. Thrift as a Duty. The Duties of Rich Men. The importance on the subject is suggested by the fact that the habit of thrift constitutes one of the greatest differences between the savage and the civilized man. One of the fundamental differences between savage and civilized life is the absence of thrift in the one and the presence of it in the other. When millions of men each receive a little of their daily earnings, these petty sums combined make an enormous amount, which is called capital, about which so much is written. If men consumed each day and each week all they earned, as does the savage, of course there would be no capital, that is, no savings laid up for future use. Now let us see what capital does in the world. We'll consider what the shipbuilders do when they have to build great ships. These enterprising companies offer to build an ocean greyhound for, let us say, £500,000, to be paid only when the ship is delivered after satisfactory trial trips. How do the shipbuilders get the sum of money to pay the workmen, the wood merchant, the steel manufacturer, and all the people who furnish material for the building of the ship? They get it from the savings of civilized men. It is part of the money saved for investment by the millions of industrious people. Each man by thrift saves a little, puts the money in a bank, and the bank lends it to the shipbuilders who pay interest for the use of it. It is the same when the building of a manufactory, a railroad, a canal, or anything costly. We could not have had anything more than the savage had, except for a thrift. Thrift, the first duty. Hence, thrift is mainly at the bottom of all improvement. Without it, no railroads, no canals, no ships, no telegraphs, no churches, no universities, no schools, no newspapers, nothing great or costly can we have. Man must exercise thrift and save before he can produce anything material of great value. There was nothing built, no great progress made as long as man remained a thriftless savage. The civilized man had no clearer duty than from early life to keep steadily in view the necessity of providing for the future of himself and those dependent upon him. There are few rules more salutary than that which has been followed by most wise and good men, namely that expenses should always be less than income. In other words, one should be a civilized man saving something, and not a savage, consuming every day all that which he has earned. The great poet Burns, in his advice to a young man, says, "To catch Dame Fortune's golden smile, assiduous wait upon her, and gather dear by every while that's justified by honor. Not for to hide it in a hedge, not for a train attendant, but for the glorious privilege of being independent." That is sound advice so far as it goes, and I hope the reader will take it to heart and adopt it. No proud, self-respecting person can ever be happy or even satisfied who has to be dependent upon others for his necessary wants. He who is dependent has not reached the full measure of manhood, and can hardly be counted among the worthy citizens of the Republic. The safety and progress of our country depend not upon the highly educated man, nor the few millionaires, nor upon the greater number of the extreme poor, but upon the mass of sober, intelligent, industrious, and saving workers, who are neither very rich nor very poor. Thrift duty has its limit. As a rule, you will find that the saving man is a temperate man, a good husband and father, a peaceful, law-abiding citizen. Nor need the saving be great. It is surprising how little it takes to provide for the real necessities of life. A little home paid for and a few £100 to their issue make all the difference. These are more easily acquired by frugal people than you might suppose. Great wealth is quite another, and a far less desirable matter. It is not the aim of thrift nor the duty of men to acquire millions. It is in no respect the first to set this before us as an end. Duty to save ends when just money enough has been set aside to provide comfortably for those dependent upon us. Hoarding millions is avarice, not thrift. First, under our industrial conditions, it is inevitable that a very few men will find money coming to them far beyond their wants. The accumulation of millions is usually the result of enterprise and judgment, and some exceptional ability for organization. It does not come from savings in the ordinary sense of that word. Men who in old age strive only to increase their already great hoards are usually slaves of the habit of hoarding formed in their youth. At first they own the money they have made and saved. Later in life, the money owns them, and they cannot help themselves. So overpowering is the force of habit, either for good or evil. It is the abuse of the civilized saving instinct, and not its use, that produces this class of men. Nor need be afraid of falling a victim to this abuse of the habit. He always bears in mind that whatever surplus wealth may come to him is to be regarded as a sacred trust, which he is bound to administer for the good of his fellows. The man should always be master. He should keep money in the position of a useful servant. He must never let it master and make a miser of him. A man's first duty is to make a competence and be independent. But his whole duty does not end there. It is his duty to do something for his needy neighbors who are less favored than himself. It is his duty to contribute to the general good of the community in which he lives. He has been protected by its laws. Because he has been protected in his various enterprises, he has been able to make money sufficient for his needs and those of his family. All beyond this belongs in justice to the protective power that has fostered him and enabled him to win pecuniary success. To try to make the world in some way better than you found it is to have a noble motive in life. Your surplus wealth should contribute to the development of your own character and place you in the ranks of nature's noblemen. It is no less than a duty for you to understand how important it is, and how clear your duty is, to form the habit of thrift. When you begin to earn, always save some part of your earnings, like a civilized man, instead of spending all, like the poor savage. Section 4. How to win fortune. Labor is divided into two great armies, the agricultural and the industrial. In these, diverse forces are in operation. In the former, everything tends to a further distribution of land among the many. In the latter, everything tends to a concentration of business in the hands of the few. One of the two great fallacies upon which Progress and Poverty, Mr. George's book, is founded is that the land is getting more and more into the hands of the few. Now, the only source from which Mr. George could obtain correct information upon this point is the census, and this tells us that in 1850, the average extent of farms in the United States was 203 acres. In 1860, 199 acres. In 1870, 153 acres, and that in 1880, it was still further reduced to 134 acres. The reason is obvious for this rapid distribution of the land. The farmer who cultivates a small farm by his own labor is able to drive out of the field the ambitious capitalist who attempts to farm upon a large scale with the labor of others. In Great Britain, nothing has been more significant than that the tillers of small farms have passed through the agricultural depression there far better than those who cultivated large farms. So, in both countries, we have proof that under the free play of equal laws, land is becoming more and more divided among the masses of the people. In the whole range of social questions, no fact is more important than this, and nothing gives the thoughtful student greater satisfaction. The triumph of the small proprietor over the large proprietor ensures the growth and maintenance of that element in society upon which civilization can most securely depend, for there is no force in a nation so conservative of what is good, so fair, so virtuous, as a race of men who till the soil they own. Happily for mankind, experience proves that man cannot work more soil profitably than he can till himself, with the aid of his own family. When we turn to the other army of labor, the industrial, we are obliged to confess that it is swayed by the opposite law, which tends to concentrate manufacturing and business affairs generally in a few vast establishments. The fall in prices of manufactured articles has been startling. Never were the principal articles of consumption so low as they are today. This cheapening process is made possible only by concentration. We find 1,700 watches per day turned out by one company, and watches are sold for a few dollars apiece. We have mills making many thousand yards of calico per day, and this necessary article is to be had for a few cents per yard. Manufacturers of steel make 2,500 tons per day, and 4 pounds of finished steel are sold for 5 cents, and so on through the entire range of industries. Divide the huge factories into smaller establishments, and it will be found impossible to manufacture some of the articles at all, the success of the process being often dependent on its being operated upon a large scale, while the cost of such articles as could be produced in small establishments would be 2 or 3 times their present prices. There does not appear to be any counteracting force to this law of concentration in the industrial world. On the contrary, the active forces at work seem to demand greater and greater output or turnover from each establishment in order that the minimum of costs should be reached. Hence comes the rapid and continuous increase of the capital of manufacturing and commercial concerns, 5, 10, 15, and even 20 millions being sometimes massed in one corporation. Has the young man now a chance? This has given rise to a complaint which is often heard, but which I hope to show has no foundation. The young practical man points to these and says to himself, quote, "It is no longer possible for our class without capital to rise beyond the position of employees upon salaries. There is a lion in the path which leads to independent commands or to partnerships, and this lion is the huge establishments already existing, which are an impassable barrier to our advancement." End quote. The man engaged in the agricultural army, as we have seen, has nothing to fear from capital. With a small sum, which is not very difficult for him to save or borrow, he can begin farming, the only competition with which he has to contend being that of others of his own class situated like himself. It is certainly more difficult for a mechanic or practical man to establish a new business or to win partnership in one that exists than it is for the young farmer to begin his business. Yet the difficulties are not insuperable, nor greater than have hitherto existed. They are not such as to stimulate the ambitious, and this is always to be taken into account that if the race in the industrial and business world be harder to win, the prize is infinitely greater. Before considering the prospects of the mechanic in the industrial, of the clerk in the mercantile, commercial, and financial worlds, let me show that no classes other than these two have had much to do with establishing the factories, business houses, and financial institutions which are best known in the United States today. And first, as to the part of trained mechanics, I select the best-known industrial establishments in each department, many of them the most extensive works of their kind and of worldwide reputation. Baldwin Works for locomotives, Sellers and Company, and Doherty for mechanical tools. Visto's Works for saws, works of the Besser Stopson and of Thomas Dolan Philadelphia, and Gary of Baltimore textile fabrics. Fairbanks for scales, Studebakers for wagons who count their wagons by the acre, Pullman of Chicago, Allison of Philadelphia for cars, Washburn and Moen and Cleveland Rolling Mills, steel wire, etc. Iron Founder, Baltimore, Sloan's, also Higgins, carpets, Westinghouse Electrical Apparatus, Peter Henderson and Company and Landreth and Company, seats, Harper Brothers, publishers, Babbitt for Babbitt's Metal, Otis Works, Cleveland, Whaler Steel, the Remington Works and Colts Works, Hartford, Firearms, Singer Company, Bull, Rover, Sewing Machines, McCormick Works of Chicago, Walls of Canton, and Walter A. Woods for agricultural implements, Steam Shipbuilding, Roach, Cramp, Nearfee on the Atlantic, Scott upon the Pacific, Parkhurst, Wheeler, Kirby, McDougall, Craig, Hoffenberry, Wallace, the leading officials of shipbuilding companies on our Great Lakes, Horseshoes, Burton's, Batterbury Works for glass, Worldzinger's tanning, Ames Works for shuffles, Steinway, Chickering, and Canady pianos. Every one of these great works was founded and managed by mechanics, then who served their apprenticeship. The list could be greatly extended, and if we were to include those which were created by men who entered life as office boys or clerks, we should embrace almost every famous manufacturing concern in the country. Edison, for instance, was a telegraph operator. Corliss of Corliss Engine, Cheney of Cheney Silk, Roeblin of wire fame, Spreckles in sugar refining, all and many more captains of industry were poor boys with natural aptitude, to whom a regular apprenticeship was scarcely necessary. in the mercantile, commercial, and financial branches of business, which are all under the law which drives business affairs into large concerns, the poor clerk takes the place of the trained mechanic in the industrial world. Flatlands, Jeffreys, Sloans, the Lords, the Taylors, the Phelpses, the Dodges, the gigantic houses of Jordan and Marsh in Boston, of Field in Chicago, I in St. Louis, Wanamaker in Philadelphia, Meldrum and Anderson, Buffalo, Yukon, Endicott and Company, Detroit, Taylor, Cleveland, Daniels and Fisher, Denver, Warren and Campbell and Dick, Pittsburgh. All these and the corresponding houses throughout the country, as far as I am able to trace their history, have the same story to tell. Wanamaker, Cleveland, Jordan, Lord, Field, R, and the others, all poor boys in the store, and Phelps and Dodge both poor clerks. In banking and finance, it is an oft-repeated story that our Stanfords, Rockefellers, Goulds, Sages, Fields, Dillons, Seligmans, Wilsons, and Huntingtons came from the ranks. The millionaires who are in active control started as poor boys and were trained in that sternest but most efficient of all schools, poverty. Where is the college-made man? I asked a city banker to give me a few names of presidents and vice presidents and cashiers of our great New York City banks who had begun as boys or clerks. He sent me 36 names and wrote he would send me more next day. I cannot take the reader's time with a complete list, but here are a few of the best known. Williams, President, Chemical Bank. Watson and Lang, Bank of Montreal. Tappan, President, Pelican National. Brinkerhoff, President, Butchers and Drovers Bank. Clark, Vice President, American Exchange. Jewett, President, Irvin National. Harris, President, Nassau Bank. Crane, President, Shoe and Leather Bank. Nash, President, Corn Exchange Bank. Cannon, President, Chase National. Hammond, Vice President, Fourth National. One Take, President, Second National. Baker, President, First National. Hamilton, Vice President, Arway Bank, and so on. The absence of the college graduate in this list should be deeply weighed. I have inquired and searched everywhere in all quarters, but find small trace of him as the leader in affairs, although not seldom occupying positions of trust in financial institutions. Nor is this surprising. The prize takers have too many years the start of the graduate. They have entered for the race invariably in their teens, in the most valuable of all the years for learning from 14 to 20, while the college student has been learning a little about the barbarous and petty squabbles of a far distant past, or trying to master languages which are dead, such knowledge as seems adapted for life upon another planet than this, as far as business affairs are concerned. The future captain of industry is hotly engaged in the school of experience, obtaining the very knowledge required for his future triumphs. I do not speak of the effect of college education upon young men training for the learned professions, for which it is, up to a certain point, almost indispensable in our day for the average youth, but the almost total absence of the graduate from high position in the business world seems to justify the conclusion that college education as it exists seems almost fatal to success in that domain. It is to be noted that salaried officials are not in a strict sense in business. A captain of industry is one who makes his all in his business and depends upon success for compensation. It is in this field that the graduate has little chance. Entering at 20 against the boy who swept the office, or who begins as shipping clerk at 14. The facts prove this. There are some instances of the sons of businessmen, graduates of colleges, who address themselves to a business life and succeed in managing a business already created. But even these are few compared with those who fail in keeping the fortune received. There has come, however, in recent years, the Polytechnic and Scientific School, or course of study for boys, which is beginning to show most valuable fruits in the manufacturing branch. The trained mechanic of the past, who has, as we have seen, hitherto carried off most of the honors in our industrial works, is now to meet a rival in the scientifically educated youth who will push him hard, very hard indeed. 3 of the largest steel manufacturing concerns in the world are already under the management of 3 young educated men, students of these schools who left theory at school for practice in the works while yet in their teens. Walker, Illinois Steel Company, Chicago. Schwab, Edgar Thomson Works. Harter, Homestead Steel Works, Pittsburgh, are types of a new product, not one of them yet 30. Most of the chiefs of departments under them are of the same class. Such young educated men have one important advantage over the apprenticed mechanic. They are open-minded and without prejudice. The scientific attitude of mind, that of the searcher after truth, renders them receptive of new ideas. Great and invaluable as the working mechanic has been, and is, and will always be, yet he is disposed to adopt narrow views of affairs, for he is generally well up in years before he comes into power. It is different with the scientifically trained boy. He has no prejudices, and goes in for the latest invention or newest method, no matter if another has discovered it. He adopts the plan that will beat the record and discards his own devices or ideas, which the working mechanic superintendent can barely be induced to do. Let no one, therefore, underrate the advantage of education. Only it must be education adapted to the end in view, and must give instruction bearing upon a man's career if he is to make his way to fortune. As in the financial, commercial, and mercantile branches of business, as in manufacturing, we have to ask not what place the educated mechanic and practical man occupy, but what these 2 types have left for others throughout the entire business world. Very little indeed have they left. In the industrial department, the trained mechanic is the founder and manager of famous concerns. In the mercantile, commercial, and financial, it is the poor office boy who has proved to be the merchant prince in disguise, who surely comes into his heritage. They are the winning classes. It is the poor clerk and the working mechanic who finally rule in every branch of affairs, without capital, without family influence, and without college education. It is they who have risen to the top and taken command, who have abandoned salary positions and boldly risk all in the founding of a business. College graduates will usually be found under salaries, trusted subordinates. Neither capital, nor influence, nor college learning, nor all combined have proved able to contend in business successfully against the energy and indomitable will which spring from all-conquering poverty. lest anything here said may be construed as tending to decry or disparage university education. Let me clearly state that those addressed are the fortunate poor young men who have to earn a living. For such that can afford to obtain a university degree and have means sufficient to ensure a livelihood, the writer is the last man to advise its rejection, compared with which all the pecuniary gains of the multimillionaire are dross. But for poor youth, the earning of a competence is a duty, and duty done is worth even more than university education, precious as that is. Liberal education gives a man who really absorbs it higher tastes and aims than the acquisition of wealth, and a world to enjoy into which the mere millionaire cannot enter. To find, therefore, that it is not the best training for business is to prove its claim to a higher domain. True education can be obtained outside of the schools. Genius is not an indigenous plant in the groves academic, a wild flower found in the woods all by itself, needing no care from society, but average men needs universities. Are corporations to disappear? The young practical man of today working at the bench or counter, to whom the fair goddess, Fortune, has not yet beckoned, may be disposed to conclude that it is impossible to start business in this age. There is something in that. It is no doubt infinitely more difficult to start a new business of any kind today than it was. But it is only a difference in form, not in substance. It is infinitely easier for a young practical man of ability to obtain an interest in existing firms than it has ever been. The doors have not closed upon ability. On the contrary, they swing easier upon their hinges. Capital is not requisite. Family influence, as before, passes for nothing. Real ability, the capacity for doing things, never was so eagerly searched for as now, and never commanded such rewards. A law which concentrates the leading industries in commercial, mercantile, and financial affairs in a few great factories or firms, contains within itself another law not less imperious. These vast concerns cannot be successfully conducted by salaried employees. No great business of any kind can score an unusually brilliant and permanent success which is not in the hands of practical men pecuniarily interested in its results. In the industrial world, the days of corporations seem likely to come to an end. It has been necessary for me to watch closely most of my life the operations of great establishments owned by hundreds of absent capitalists and conducted by salaried officers. Contrasted with these, I believe that the partnership conducted by men vitally interested and owning the works will make satisfactory dividends when the corporation is embarrassed and scarcely knows upon which side the balance is to be at the end of a year's operations. The great dry goods houses that interest their most capable men in the profits of each department succeed, when those fail that endeavor to work with salaried men only. Even in the management of our great hotels, it is found wise to take into partnership the principal men. In every branch of business, this law is at work, and concerns are prosperous, generally speaking, just in proportion as they succeed in interesting in the profits a larger and larger proportion of their ablest workers. Cooperation in this form is fast coming in all great establishments. The manufacturing business that does not have practical manufacturing partners had better supply the omission without delay, and probably the very men required are the bright young mechanics who have distinguished themselves while working for a few dollars per day, or the youths from the Polytechnic school. Instances constantly occur where if a corporation unwilling to interest a promising practical man loses his services and sees an interest given him by some able individual manufacturer or commercial firm, who are constantly on the lookout for that indispensable article, ability. It has not hitherto been the practice for corporations properly to reward these embryo managers, but this they must come to, if they are to stand the competition of works operated by those interested in the profits. Corporations, on the other hand, as I desire to point out to practical young men, have one advantage. Their shares are sold freely. If a worker wishes to become interested in any branch of manufacturing in America today, the path is easy. For $50 to $100, he can become a stockholder. It is becoming more and more common for workers so to invest their savings. There are many well-managed corporations whose assets and prestige enable them to earn satisfactory returns, and no better evidence of capacity and of good judgment can a workman give to his employers than that furnished by the presence of his name upon the books as a shareholder in the concern. Working men have a prejudice against showing their employers that the wages they earn suffice to enable them to save, but this is a mistake. The saving workman is the valuable workman, and the wise employer regards the fact that he does save as prima facie evidence that there is something exceptionally valuable in him. It should be the effort of every corporation to induce its principal workers to invest their savings in its shares. Only in this way can corporations hope to cope successfully with individual manufacturers who have already discovered one of the valuable secrets of unusual success, that is, to share their profits with those who are most instrumental in producing them. The day of the absent capitalist stockholder who takes no interest in the operation of the works beyond the receipt of his dividend is certainly passing away. The day of the valuable active worker in the industrial world is coming. Let, therefore, no young practical workman be discouraged. On the contrary, let him be cheered. More and more it is becoming easier for the mechanic or practical man of real ability to dictate terms to his employers. Where there was one avenue of promotion, there are now a dozen. The enormous concern of the future is to divide its profits, not among hundreds of idle capitalists who contribute nothing to its success, but among hundreds of its ablest employees, upon whose abilities and exertions success greatly depends. The capitalist absent stockholder is to be replaced by the able and present worker. As to the qualifications necessary for the promotion of young practical men, one cannot do better than quote George Eliot, who put the matter very pithily. Quote, "I will tell you how I got on. I kept my ears and my eyes open, and I made my master's interest my own." End quote. The condition precedent for promotion is that the man must first attract notice. He must do something unusual, and especially must thus be beyond the strict boundary of his duties. He must suggest, or save, or perform some service for his employer, which he could not be censured for not having done. When he has thus attracted the notice of his immediate superior, whether that be only the foreman of a gang, it matters not. The first great step has been taken, for upon his immediate superior, promotion depends. How high he climbs is his own affair. We often hear men complaining that they get no chance to show their ability. When they do show ability, that it is not recognized. There is very little in this. Self-interest compels the immediate superior to give the highest place under him to the man who can best fill it. For the officer is credited with the work of his department as a whole. No man can keep another down. It will be noticed that many of the practical men who have earned fame and fortune have done so through holding on to improvements which they have made. Improvements are easily made by practical men in the branch in which they are engaged, for they have the most intimate knowledge of the problems to be solved there. It is in this way that many of our valuable improvements have come. The man who has made an improvement should always have an eye upon obtaining an interest in the business, rather than an increase of salary. Even if the business up to this time has not become very prosperous, if he has the proper stuff in him, he believes that he could make it so, and so he could. All forms of business have their ups and downs. Seasons of depression and buoyancy succeed each other. 1 year of great profits, several years with little or none. This is a law of the business world, into the reasons of which I need not enter. Therefore, the able young practical men should not have much regard as to a choice of the branch of business. Any business properly conducted will yield during a period of years a handsome return. Dangers to young men. There are 3 great rocks ahead of the practical young man who has his foot upon the ladder and is beginning to rise. First, drunkenness, which of course is fatal. There is no use in wasting time upon any young man who drinks liquor, no matter how exceptional his talents. Indeed, the greater his talents are, the greater the disappointment must be. The second rock ahead is speculation. The business of a speculator and that of a manufacturer or man of affairs are not only distinct, but incompatible. To be successful in the business world, the manufacturer's and the merchant's profits only should be sought. The manufacturer should go forward steadily, beating the market price. When there are goods to sell, sell them. When supplies are needed, purchase them, without regard to the market price in either case. I have never known a speculative manufacturer or businessman who scored a permanent success. He is rich one day, bankrupt the next. Besides those, the manufacturer aims to produce articles, and in so doing to employ labor. This furnishes a laudable career. A man in this avocation is useful to his kind. The merchant is usefully occupied distributing commodities, the banker in providing capital. The third rock is the pin to speculation, endorsing. Businessmen require irregular supplies of money, at some periods little, at others enormous sums. Others being in the same condition, there is strong temptation to endorse neutrally. This rock should be avoided. There are emergencies, no doubt, in which men should help their friends, but there is a rule that will keep one safe. No man should place his name upon the obligation of another if he has not sufficient to pay it without detriment to his own business. It is dishonest to do so. Men are trustees for those who have trusted them, and the creditor is entitled to all his capital and credit. For one's own firm, quote, your name, your fortune, and your sacred honor, end quote. But for others, no matter under what circumstances, only such aid as you can render without danger to your trust. It is a safe rule, therefore, to give the cash direct that you have to spare for others, and never your endorsement or guarantee. One great cause of failure of young men in business is lack of concentration. They are prone to seek outside investments. The cause of many a surprising failure lies in so doing. Every dollar of capital and credit, every business thought, should be concentrated upon the one business upon which a man has embarked. He should never scatter his shot. It is a poor business which will not yield better returns for increased capital than any outside investment. No man or set of men or corporation can manage a businessman's capital as well as he can manage it himself. The rule, quote, "Do not put all your eggs in one basket," end quote, does not apply to a man's life work. Put all your eggs in one basket and then watch that basket is the true doctrine, the most valuable rule of all. While business of all kinds has gone and is still going rapidly into a few vast concerns, it is nevertheless demonstrated every day that genuine ability, interested in the profits, is not only valuable but indispensable to their successful operation. Through corporations whose shares are sold daily upon the market, through partnership that finds it necessary to interest their ablest workers, through merchants who can manage their vast enterprises successfully only by interesting exceptional ability. In every quarter of the business world, avenues greater in number, wider in extent, easier of access than ever before existed, stood open to the sober, frugal, energetic, and able mechanic, to the scientifically educated youth, to the office boy, and to the clerk, avenues through which they can reap greater successes than were ever before within the reach of these classes in the history of the world. When, therefore, the young man in any position or in any business explains and complains that he has not opportunity to prove his ability and to rise through partnership, the old answer suffices. Quote, "The fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves, that we are underlings." End quote. Section 5. Wealth and its uses. Wealth, as Mr. Gladstone has recently said, quote, "is the business of the world," end quote. That the acquisition of money is the business of the world arises from the fact that, with few unfortunate exceptions, young men are born to poverty and therefore, under the solitary operation of that remarkably wise law which makes for their
Wealth, as Mr.
quote,
Gladstone has recently said, quote, "is the business of the world," end quote. That the acquisition of money is the business of the world arises from the fact that, with few unfortunate exceptions, young men are born to poverty and therefore, under the salutary operation of that remarkably wise law which makes for their good, quote, "thou shalt earn thy bread by the sweat of thy brow,"
when I say that it is from that class from whom the good and the great will spring. It is not from the sons of the millionaire or the noble that the world receives its teachers, its martyrs, its inventors, its statesmen, its poets, or even its men of affairs. It is from the cottage of the poor that all these spring. We can scarcely read one among the few immortal names that were not born to die, or who has rendered exceptional service to our race, who had not the advantage of being cradled, nursed, and reared in the stimulating school of poverty. There is nothing so enervating, nothing so deadly in its effect upon the qualities which lead to the highest achievement, moral, or intellectual, as hereditary wealth. And if there be among you a young man who feels that he is not compelled to exert himself in order to earn and live from his own efforts, I tender him my profound sympathy. Should such an one prove an exception to his fellows, and become a citizen living a life creditable to himself and useful to the state, instead of my profound sympathy, I bow before him with profound reverence. For one who overcomes the seductive temptations which surround hereditary wealth is of the salt of the earth and entitled to double honor. One gets a great many good things from the New York Sun, the distinguished proprietor and editor of which you had recently the pleasure, benefit, and honor of hearing. I beg to read those to you as one of its numerous rays of light. Our boys. Quote, every moralist hard up for a theme asks at intervals, what is the matter with the sons of our rich and great men? The question is followed by statistics on the wickedness and bad endings of such sons. The trouble with the moralist is that they put the question wrongly and first. There is nothing wrong with those foolish sons, except that they are unlucky. But there is something wrong with their fathers. Suppose that a fine specimen of an old deerhound, very successful in his business, should collect untold deer in the park, fatten them up, and then say to his puppies, here boys, I've had a hard life catching these deer, and I mean to see you enjoy yourselves. I'm so used to racing through the woods and hunting that I can't get out of the habit, but you boys just pile into that park and help yourselves. Such a deer hound as that would be scorned by every human father. A human father would say to such a dog, Mr. Hound, you're simply ruining those puppies. Too much meat and no exercise will give them the mange and 17 other troubles. And if this temper doesn't kill them, they will be a knock-kneed, watery-eyed lot of disgraces to you. For heaven's sake, keep them down to dog biscuits and work them hard. That same human father does with great pride the very thing that he would condemn in a dog or a cat. He ruins his children, and then, when he gets old, profusely and sadly observes that he has done everything for them, and yet they have disappointed him. He who gives to his son an office which he has not deserved and enables him to disgrace his father and friends deserves no more sympathy than any Mr. Faden deliberately educating a boy to be dishonest. The fat, useless putbacks which young women drag wheezing about at the end of strings are not to blame for their condition, and the same thing is true of rich men's sons. The young women who overfeed the dogs and the fathers who ruin their sons have themselves to thank. No man would advocate the thing, perhaps, but who can doubt that if there could be a law making it impossible for men to inherit anything but a good education and a good constitution, it would supply us in short order with a better lot of men. End quote. This is sound. If you see it in the sun, it is so. At least it is in this case. It is not the poor young man who goes forth to his work in the morning and labors until evening that we should pity. It is the son of the rich man to whom Providence has not been so kind as to trust with this honorable task. It is not the busy man, but the man of idleness, who should arouse our sympathy and cause us sorrow. Happy is the man who has found his work, says Carlyle. I say, happy is the man who has to work and to work hard and work long. A great poet has said, he prayeth best who loveth best. Some day this may be parodied into, He prayeth best who worketh best. An honest day's work, well performed, is not a bad sort of prayer. The cry goes forth often nowadays, abolish poverty. But fortunately this cannot be done, and the poor we are always to have with us. Abolish poverty, and what would become of the race? Progress, development with these. Consider its future if dependent upon the rich. The supply of the good and the great with cease, and human society retrograde into barbarism. Abolish luxury, if you please, but leave us the soil upon which alone the virtues and all that is precious in human character grow. Poverty. Honest poverty. I will assume for the moment, gentlemen, that you were all fortunate enough to be born poor. Then the first question that presses upon you is this: what shall I learn to do for the community which will bring me in exchange enough wealth to feed, clothe, lodge, and keep me independent of charitable aid from others? What shall I do for a living? And the young man may like or think that he would like to do one thing rather than another, to pursue one branch or another, to be a businessman or a craftsman of some kind, or a minister, physician, electrician, architect, editor, or lawyer. I have no doubt some of you in your wildest flights aspire to be journalists. But it does not matter what a young man likes or dislikes. He always has to keep in view the main point. Can I attain such a measure of proficiency in the branch preferred as will certainly enable me to earn a livelihood by its practice? The young man, therefore, who resolves to make himself useful to his kind, and therefore entitled to receive in return from a grateful community which he benefits the sum necessary for his support, sees clearly one of the highest duties of the young man. He meets the vital question immediately pressing upon him for decision, and decides it rightly. So far, then, there is no difference about the acquisition of wealth. Everyone is agreed that it is the first duty of a young man to so train himself as to be self-supporting. Nor is there difficulty about the next step, for the young man cannot be said to have performed the whole of his duty if he leaves out of account the contingencies of life, liability to accident, illness, and trade depressions like the present. Wisdom calls upon him to have regard for these things, and it is a part of his duty that he begin to save a portion of his earnings and invest them, not in speculation, but in securities or in property, or in a legitimate business in such form as will perhaps slowly but yet surely grow into the reserve upon which he can fall back in emergencies or in old age and live upon his own savings. I think we are all agreed as to the advisability, nay, the duty, of laying up a competence and has to retain our self-respect. Besides this, I take it that some of you have already decided just as soon as possible to ask a certain young lady to share his lot, or perhaps his lots, and of course he should have a lot or two to share. Marriage is a very serious business indeed, and gives rise to many weighty considerations. Be sure to marry a woman with good common sense, was the advice given me by my mentor, and I just hand it down to you. Common sense is the most uncommon and most valuable quality in men or women. But before you have occasion to provide yourself with a helpmate, there comes the subject upon which I am to address you: wealth. Not wealth in billions, but simply revenue sufficient for modest, independent living. This opens up the entire subject of wealth in a greater or less degree. Now, what is wealth? How is it created and distributed? There are not far from us immense beds of coal which have lain for millions of years useless and therefore valueless. Through some experiment, or perhaps accident, it was discovered that black stone would burn and give forth heat. Then thick shafts erected machinery, mined and brought forth coal, and sold it to the community. It displaced the use of wood as fuel, say at 1/2 the cost. Immediately, every bed of coal became valuable because useful or capable of being made so. And here a new article worth hundreds. Yes, thousands of billions was added to the wealth of the community. A scout mechanic one day, as the story goes, gazing into the fire upon which water was boiling in a kettle, saw the steam raise the lid, as hundreds of thousands had seen before him, but none saw in that sight what he did, the steam engine, which does the work of the world at a cost so infinitely trifling, compared with what the plans known before involved, that the wealth of the world has been increased one dares not estimate how much. The saving that the community makes is the root of wealth in any branch of material development. Now, a young man's labor or service to the community creates wealth just in proportion as his service is useful to the community, as it either saves or improves upon existing methods. Commodore Vanderbilt saw, I think, 13 different short railway lines between New York and Buffalo, involving 13 different managements and a disjointed and tedious service. Albany, Schenectady, Utica, Syracuse, Auburn, Rochester, etc. were heads of some of these companies. He consolidated them all, making one direct line, over which your Empire State Express flies 51 miles an hour, the fastest time in the world, and 100 passengers patronize the lines where one did in olden days. He rendered the community a special service which, being followed by others, reduces the cost of bringing food from the prairies of the West to your doors to a trifling sum per ton. He produced and is every day producing untold wealth to the community by so doing, and the profit he reaped for himself was but a drop in the bucket compared with that which he showered upon the state and the nation. Now, in the olden days, before steam, electricity, or any other of the modern inventions, which unitedly have changed the whole aspect of the world, everything was done upon a small scale. There was no room for great ideas to operate upon a large scale, and thus to produce great wealth to the inventor, discoverer, originator, or executive. New inventions gave this opportunity, and many large fortunes were made by individuals. But in our day, we are rapidly passing, if we have not already passed, this stage of development, and few large fortunes can now be made in any part of the world except from one cause, the rise in the value of real estate. Manufacturing, transportation, both upon the land and upon the sea, banking, insurance, have all passed into the hands of corporations composed of hundreds and in many cases thousands of shareholders. The New York Central Railroad is owned by more than 10,000 shareholders. The Pennsylvania Railroad is owned by more people than the vast army which it employs, and nearly 1/4 of the number are the estates of women and children. It is so with the great manufacturing companies, so with the great steamship lines. It is so, as you know, with banks, insurance companies, and indeed with all branches of business. It is a great mistake for young men to say to themselves, "Oh, we cannot enter into business. If any of you have saved as much as $50 or $100, I do not know any branch of business into which you cannot plunge at once. You can get your certificate of stock and attend the meeting of stockholders, make your speeches and suggestions, quarrel with the president and instruct the management of the affairs of the company, and have all of the rights and influence of an owner. You can buy shares in anything, from newspapers to tenement houses. But capital is so poorly paid in these days that I advise you to exercise much circumspection before you invest. As I have said to working men and to ministers, college professors, artists, musicians, and physicians, and all the professional classes, do not invest in any business concerns whatever. The risks of business are not for such as you. Buy a home for yourself first, and if you have any surplus, buy another lot or another house, or take a mortgage upon one or upon a railway, and let it be a first mortgage, and be satisfied with moderate interest. Do you know that out of every 100 that attempt business upon their own account, statistics are said to show that 95 sooner or later fail? I know that from my own experience. I can quote the lines of Hudibras and tell you, as far as one manufacturing branch is concerned, that what he found to be true is still true to an eminent degree today. Quote, "I me, what perils do environ the man that meddles with cold iron," end quote. The shareholders of iron and steel concerns today can certify that this is so, whether the iron or steel be hot or cold, and such is also the case in other branches of business. The principal complaint against our industrial conditions of today is that they cause great wealth to flow into the hands of a few. Well, of the very few indeed is this true. It was formerly so, as I have explained, immediately after the new inventions had changed the conditions of the world. Today, it is not true. Wealth is being more and more distributed among the many. The amount of the combined profits of labor and capital which goes into labor was never so great as today, the amount going to capital never so small. While the earnings of capital have fallen more than one half, in many cases have been entirely obliterated, statistics prove that the earnings of labor were never so high as they were previous to the recent unprecedented depression in business, while the cost of living, the necessaries of life, have fallen in some cases nearly one half. Great Britain has an income tax, and our country is to be subject to this imposition for a time. But British returns show that during the 11 years from 1876 to 1887, the number of men receiving from $750 to $2,500 per year increased more than 21%, while the number receiving from $5,000 to $25,000 actually decreased 2.5%. You may be sure, gentlemen, that the question of the distribution of wealth is settling itself rapidly under present conditions, and settling itself in the right direction. The few rich are getting poorer, and the toiling masses are getting richer. Nevertheless, a few exceptional men may yet make fortunes, but these will be more moderate than in the past. This may not be quite as fortunate for the masses of the people as is now believed, because great accumulations of wealth in the hands of one enterprising man, who still toils on, are sometimes most productive of all the forms of wealth. Take the richest man the world ever saw, who died in New York some years ago. What was found in his case? That, with the exception of a small percentage used for daily expenses, His entire fortune and all its surplus earnings were invested in enterprises which developed the railway system of our country, which gives to the people the cheapest transportation known. Whether the millionaire wishes it or not, he cannot evade the law which, under present conditions, compels him to use his millions for the good of the people. All that he gets during the few years of his life is that he may live in a finer house, surround himself with finer furniture and works of art which may be added. He could even have a grander library, more of the gods around him. But, as far as I have known millionaires, the library is the least used part of what he would probably consider furniture in all his mansion. He can eat richer food and drink richer wines, which only hurt him. But truly, the modern millionaire is generally a man of very simple tastes and even miserly habits. He spends little upon himself, and is the toiling bee laying up the honey in the industrial hive, which all the inmates of that hive, the community in general, will certainly enjoy. Here is the true description of a millionaire as given by Mr. Carter in his remarkable speech before the Bering Sea Tribunal at Paris. Quote, "Those who are most successful in the acquisition of property and who acquire it to such an enormous extent are the very men who are able to control it, to invest it, and to handle it in a way most useful to society. It is because they have those qualities that they are able to engross it to so large an extent. They really own, in any just sense of the word, only what they consume. The rest is all held for the benefit of the public. They are the custodians of it. They invest it, they see that it is put into this employment, that employment, and other employment. All labor is employed by it, and employed in the best manner, and it is thus made the most productive. These men who acquire these hundreds of billions are really groaning under a servitude to the rest of society, for that is practically their condition, and society really endures it because it is best for them that it should be so." End quote. Here is another estimate by a no less remarkable man. Your friend Mr. Dana justly said at Cornell, quote, "That is one class of men that I refer to, the thinkers, the men of science, the inventors, and the other class is that of those whom God has endowed with a genius for saving, for getting rich, for bringing wealth together, for accumulating and concentrating money, men against whom it is now fashionable to declaim, and against whom legislation is sometimes directed. And yet is there any benefactor of humanity who is to be envied in his achievements and in the memory and the monuments he has left behind him more than Ezra Cornell? Or, to take another example that is here before our eyes, more than Henry W. Sage? These are men who knew how to get rich because they had been endowed with that faculty, and when they got rich, they knew how to give it for great public enterprises, for uses that will remain living, immortal as long as man remains upon the earth. The men of genius and the men of money, those who prepare new agencies of life, and those who accumulate and save the money for great enterprises and great public works, these are the leaders of the world, as the 20th century is opening upon us." End quote. The bees of a hive do not destroy the honey-making bees, but the drones. It will be a great mistake for the community to shoot the millionaires, for they are the bees that make the most honey, and contribute most to the hive even after they have gorged themselves full. It is a remarkable fact that any country is prosperous and comfortable in proportion to the number of its millionaires. Take Russia, with its population little better than serfs, and living at the point of starvation upon the meanest fare, such fare as none of our people could or would eat, and you find comparatively few millionaires, excepting the emperor and a few nobles who own the land. It is the same to a great extent in Germany, although in recent years industrial development has produced a few pound sterling millionaires. In Berlin in 1902, 3 had more than 6 millions, and in Prussia 6 persons had an income of 1 million. In France, where the people are better off than in Germany, you can count but few millionaires. In the old home of our race in Britain, which is the richest country in the world save one, our own, there are more millionaires in pounds sterling, which may be considered the European standard, than in the whole of the rest of Europe, and its people are better off than in any other. You come to our own land, we probably have more millionaires and multimillionaires, both in pounds and dollars, than all the rest of the world put together, although we have not 1 to every 10 that is reputed so. I have seen a list of supposed millionaires prepared by a well-known lawyer of Brooklyn, which made me laugh as it did many others. I saw men rated there as millionaires who could not pay their debts. Some should have had that cipher cut from their reputed millions. Some time ago, I sat next to Mr. Evarts at dinner, and the conversation touched upon the idea that men should distribute their wealth during their lives for the public good. One gentleman said that was correct, giving many reasons, one of which was that, of course, they could not take it with them at death. Well, said Mr. Evarts, I do not know about that. My experience as a New York lawyer is that somehow or other, they do succeed in taking at least 4/5 of it. Their reputed wealth was never found at death. Whatever the ideal conditions may develop, it seems to me Mr. Carter and Mr. Dana are right. Under present conditions, the millionaire who toils on is the cheapest article the community secures at the price it pays for him, namely his shelter, clothing, and food. The inventions of today lead to concentrating industrial and commercial affairs into huge concerns. You cannot work the Bessemer process successfully without employing thousands of men upon one spot. You could not make the armor for ships without first expending $7 million, as the Bethlehem Company has spent. You cannot make a yard of cotton goods in competition with the world without having an immense factory and thousands of men and women aiding in the process. The great electric establishment here in your town succeeds because it has spent millions and is prepared to do its work upon a great scale. Under such conditions, it is impossible but that wealth will flow into the hands of a few men in prosperous times beyond their needs. But out of 50 great fortunes, which Mr. Blaine had a list made of, he found only one man who was reputed to have made a large fortune in manufacturing. Fortunes are most often made from real estate. Next follow transportation, banking. The whole manufacturing world furnished but one millionaire. But assuming that surplus wealth flows into the hands of a few men, what is their duty? How is the struggle for dollars to be lifted from the sordid atmosphere surrounding business and made a noble career? Now, wealth has hitherto been distributed in 3 ways. The first and chief one is by willing it at death to the family. Now, beyond bequeathing to those dependent upon one the revenue needful for modest and independent living, is such a use of wealth either right or wise? I ask you to think over the result. As a rule, of millions given over to young men and women and sons and daughters of the millionaire. You will find that, as a rule, it is not good for the daughters, and this is seen in the character and conduct of the men who marry them. As for the sons, you have their conditions as described in the extract which I read you from the Sun. Nothing is truer than this, that, as a rule, the almighty dollar bequeathed to sons or daughters by millions proved an almighty curse. It is not the good of the child which the millionaire parent considers when he makes these bequests. It is his own vanity. It is not affection for the child, it is self-glorification for the parent, which is at the root of this injurious disposition of wealth. There is only one thing to be said for this mode. It furnishes one of the most efficacious means of rapid distribution of wealth ever known. There is a second use of wealth, less common than the first, which is not so injurious to the community, but which should bring no credit to the testator. Money is left by millionaires to public institutions when they must relax their grasp upon it. There is no grace, and can be no blessing, in giving what cannot be withheld. It is no gift, because it is not cheerfully given, but only granted at the stern summons of death. The miscarriage of these bequests, the litigation connected with them, and the manner in which they are frittered away seem to prove that the faiths do not regard them with a kindly eye. We are never without a lesson that the only mode of producing lasting good by giving large sums of money is for the millionaire to give as close attention to its distribution during his life as he did to its acquisition. We have today the noted case of $5 or $6 million left by a great lawyer to found a public library in New York, an institution needed so greatly that the failure of this bequest is a misfortune. It is years since he died. The will is pronounced invalid through a flaw, although there is no doubt of the intention of the donor. It is sad commentary upon the folly of men holding the billions, which they cannot use until they are unable to put them to the end they desire. Peter Cooper, Pratt of Baltimore, and Pratt of Brooklyn, and others are the type of men who should be taken by you as your model. They distributed their surplus during life. The third use, and the only noble use of surplus wealth, is this: that it be regarded as a sacred trust, to be administered by its possessor, into whose hands it flows, for the highest good of the people. Man does not live by bread alone, and 5 or 10 cents a day more revenue scattered over thousands would produce little or no good. Accumulated into a great fund and expended as Mr. Cooper expended it for the Cooper Institute, it establishes something that will last for generations. It will educate the brain, the spiritual part of man. It furnishes a ladder upon which the aspiring poor may climb. And there is no use whatever, gentlemen, trying to help people who do not help themselves. You cannot push anyone up a ladder unless he be willing to climb a little himself. When you stop boosting, he falls to his injury. Therefore, I have often said, and I now repeat, that the day is coming, and already we see its dawn, in which the man who dies possessed of millions of available wealth, which was free and in his hands ready to be distributed, will die disgraced. Of course, I do not mean that the man in business may not be stricken down with his capital in the business. which cannot be withdrawn, for capital is the tool with which he works his wonders and produces more wealth. I refer to the man who dies possessed of millions of securities, which are held simply for the interest they produce, that he may add to his hoard of miserable dollars. By administering surplus wealth during life, great wealth may become a blessing to the community, and the occupation of the businessman accumulating wealth may be elevated so as to rank even with the physician, one of the highest of our professions, because he too, in a sense, will be a physician, looking after and trying not to cure, but to prevent the ills of humanity. To those of you who are compelled, or who desire to follow a business life and to accumulate wealth, I commend this idea. The epitaph which every rich man should wish himself justly entitled to is that seen upon the monument to Pitt. He lived without ostentation, and he died poor. Such is the man whom the future is to honor, while he who dies in old age retired from business, possessed of millions of available wealth, is to die unwept, unhonored, and unsung. I may justly divide young men into 4 classes. First, those who must work for a living, and set before them as their aim the acquisition of a modest competence. Of course, with a modest but picturesque cottage in the country, and one as a companion who maketh sunshine in a shady place, and is the gold angel of his life. The motto of this class number 1 might be given as, quote, "Give me neither poverty nor riches. From the anxieties of poverty as from the responsibilities of wealth. Good Lord, deliver us." End quote. Class number 2, comprising those among you who determined to acquire wealth, whose aim in life is to belong to that much talked-of and grandly abused class, the millionaires, those who start to labor for the greatest good of the greatest number, but the greatest number always number 1. The motto of this class being short and to the point, quote, "Put money in thy purse," end quote. Now, the 3rd class comes along. The God that they worship is neither wealth nor happiness. They are inflamed with noble ambition. The desire of fame is the controlling element of their lives. Now, while this is not so ignoble as the desire for material wealth, it must be said that it betrays more vanity. The shrine of fame has many worshippers. The element of vanity is seen in its fiercest phase among those who come before the public. It is well known, for instance, that musicians, actors, and even painters, all the artistic class, are peculiarly prone to excessive personal vanity. This has often been wondered at, but the reason probably is that the musician and the actor and even the painter may be transcendent in his special line without being even highly educated, without having an all-around brain. Some peculiarities, some one element in his character, may give him prominence or fame, so that his love of art, or of use through art, is entirely drowned by a narrow, selfish, personal vanity. But we find this liability in a lesser degree all through the professions. The politician, the lawyer, and with reverence be it spoken, sometimes the minister. Less, I think, in the physician than in any of the professions, probably because he, more than in any other profession, is called to deal with the sad realities of life face to face. he of all men sees the vanity of vanities. An illustration of this class is well drawn in Hotspur's address. My heavens, methinks it were an easy leap to pluck by honor from the pale-faced moon, or dive into the bottom of the deep, where phantom line could never touch the ground, and pluck up drowned honor by the lots. So he that doth redeem her thence might wear without rival all her dignities. Mark. Young gentleman, he cares not for use, he cares not for state, he cares only for himself, and as a vain peacock struts across the stage. Now, gentlemen, it does not seem to me that the love of wealth is the controlling desire of so many as the love of fame, and this is matter for sincere congratulation, and proves that under the irresistible laws of evolution, the race is slowly moving onward and upward. Take the whole range of the artistic world, which gives sweetness and light to life, which refines and adorns, and surely the great composer, painter, pianist, lawyer, judge, statesman, all those in couple 5, care less for millions than for professional reputation in their respective fields of labor. What cared Washington, Franklin, Lincoln, or Grant and Sherman for wealth? Nothing. What cared Harrison or Cleveland? 2 poor men, not unearthly successes. What cared the judges of our Supreme Court or even the leading counsel that plead before them? The great preachers, physicians, great teachers are not concerned about the acquisition of wealth. The treasure they seek is in the reputation acquired through their service to others, and this is certainly a great step from the millionaire class who struggle to old age and through old age to the verge of the grave with no ambition, apparently except to add to their pile of miserable dollars. But there is a 4th class, higher than all the preceding, who worship neither at the shrine of wealth nor fame, but at the noblest of all shrines, the shrine of service, service to the race. Self-abnegation is its watchword. Members of this inner and higher circle seek not popular applause, are concerned not with being popular, but with being right. They say with Confucius, quote, "It concerns me not that I have not high office. What concerns me is to make myself worthy of office." End quote. It is not cast down by poverty, neither unduly elated by prosperity. The man belonging to this class simply seeks to do his duty day by day in such manner as may enable him to honor himself, fearing nothing but his own self-reproach. I have known men and women not prominently before the public, for this class courts not prominence, but who in their lives proved themselves to have reached this ideal stage. Now, I will give you for this class a fitting illustration from the words of a Scotch poet who died altogether too young. I will go forth among men, not mailed in scorn, but in the armor of a pure intent. Great duties are before me, and great songs. And whether crowned or crownless when I fall, it matters not, so as God's work is done. I've learned to prize the quiet lightning deed, not the applauding thunder at its heels, which men call fame. Then, gentlemen, standing upon the threshold of life, you have the good, better, best presented to you, the 3 stages of development, the natural, spiritual, and celestial. They may fitly be called. one has success in material things of its aim, not without benefit this for the race as a whole, because it lifts the individual from the animal and demands the exercise of many valuable qualities, sobriety, industry, and self-discipline. The second vice is still higher. The reward sought for being things more of the spirit, not gross and material, but invisible, and not of the flesh, but of the brain, the spiritual part of man. And this brings into play innumerable virtues which make good and useful men. The third or celestial class stands upon an entirely different footing from the others in this, that selfish considerations are subordinated in the select brotherhood of the best, the service to be done for others being the first consideration. The reward of either wealth or fame is unsought, for these have learned and know full well that virtue is its own and the only exceeding great reward, and this once enjoyed, all other rewards are not worth seeking. And so wealth and even fame are dethroned, and there stands enthroned the highest standard of all, your own approval flowing from a faithful discharge of duty as you see it, fearing no consequences, seeking no reward. It does not matter much what branch of effort your tastes or judgment draw you to. The one great point is that you should be drawn to some one branch. Then perform your whole duty in it, and a little more. The little more being vastly important. We have the words of a great poet for it, that the man who does the best he can whilst do more. Maintain your self-respect as the most precious jewel of all, and the only true way to win the respect of others, and then remember what Emerson says, for what he says here is true. Quote, no young man can be cheated out of an honorable career in life unless he cheat himself. End quote. Session 6. Anglo-American Trade Relations. This session contrasts the commercial methods of the two countries, the part the tariff plays in trade, projective tariff in the United States, free trade in Britain, and a comparison of results. Upon the threshold of this great question, we encounter that evergreen subject of discussion, free trade versus protection. There is only one kind of free trade, but there are two kinds of protection. First, the British kind, and then the American variety, very different indeed in theory and in practice. Protection in Britain simply means that the food of the people should be permanently made dearer to the consumer, and consequently that the value of land should be permanently and artificially enhanced. Now, the American idea of protection is that foreshadowed by Mill. It adheres to Adam Smith's great doctrine that the end to be aimed at is the best supply of an article at the lowest price under the free exchange of commodities. Thus, he keeps ever in view the consumer. If we have reason to believe that the resources of a country are such and only need development to furnish a better and cheaper supply of an article than has ever been or could ever be obtained from other lands, we believe with Adam Smith that it is sometimes advisable to pay dearer for that article for a time, if the end be the conquest of a greater market. Adam Smith was not a wild dogmatist upon the subject of free trade. Indeed, he has recorded his opinion that he might as well expect utopia upon earth as the establishment of complete free trade, even in Britain. And where changes were to be made in fiscal laws, he is clear always upon this point, that these must be slowly made and without serious injury to trade as it exists. Here are two examples to illustrate the difference between protection in England and in America. During the War for the Union, the American people were hurt and incensed by hostility shown, not by the British people, but by the British government. They determined to limit the use of British products as much as possible, and especially to be independent in the supply of iron and steel, the sinews of war, since by England's warlike attitude and the building of the Alabama, it was not as certain as 35 years now that war between the two countries would not come. Thus does Ra done nations of people, real retribution, and every foe created is a danger ready to explode. The Alabama gave us 30 years continuous protection and enables us to invade Britain successfully with our steel. The government asked manufacturers how much duty would be required to induce them to enter the new business of making steel. Up to that time, we had made none successfully. 30% duty was asked and obtained. While know the result, not only is the American supplied with cheaper steel than any nation in the world, Britain not excepted, but it is certain that a large part of the wants in the world is to be supplied by this country. It is beyond all question the country which can best produce steel today. Now we think the temporary protection given, and which has been reduced to 1/4 its first extent, is here fully vindicated. Take the other case, the best man of every nation must ever labor to advance the material prowess of that nation by introducing new manufactures, and it was thought that with proper protection for a time, the Union would grow a full supply of sugar cheaper than it could be brought from abroad. This experiment, however, resulted in failure. We were mistaken, therefore protection was abandoned and sugar made free. In the one case, protection was a success, in the other a failure. I think that what has taken place in the United States may be expected to take place in other nations, one after the other as they develop. Every nation will try to produce within its own borders an article when there is a probability of its being able to make it cheaper and better than it could be had from abroad, and we must wait patiently the result of these trials. Just as the United States abandoned the protection of sugar, so I believe other nations will come to the American idea of protection, that it is folly to protect forever, that the attempt of a nation to benefit itself by a permanent tax upon any article as a matter of protection is akin to the attempt of a man to raise himself by pulling up his suspenders. Thorough believer as I am in a theory that sometimes it is wise for a young nation to induce capital and brains to engage in the experiment of manufacturing something new, which is always attended with special risks. I am nonetheless a believer in Adam Smith's great doctrine that the end must be the free exchange of commodities by all the nations in the world, subject only to the necessity of revenue. But this matter of revenue is important. You remember Mr. Chamberlain was at one time carried away with the idea of the Zollverein of the Empire. You were to have free trade within its bounds, as we have within the 45 states embraced in the Union, a brilliant idea at first sight. But after conferring with the colonials at the Jubilee, Mr. Chamberlain announced that he could not be induced to touch the subject with tongs. It's well for a statesman to change his opinions when he finds them wrong. The British colonies today feel that they have to raise most of their revenue from taxing imports, and therefore a Zollverein did not seem practicable. And there are other objections. For instance, the United States adds to its duties upon sugar an amount equal to the bounty paid by any nation upon its growth. This is considered only fair to our own producers of sugar. It is probable, therefore, that for the present, probably for our own day, the need in revenue and the impracticability of collecting it from internal taxes will cause the British colonies to continue high duties upon imports, especially such as may be classed as luxuries, which mean the finest things of all grades. In other words, things used not by the masses of the poor, but by the rich few. Such is certainly a popular policy, and it is well known how potent votes are to the politician. The same influences will, I believe, prevail in the United States. I know of no mode of raising revenue so easy or one so satisfactory to the voters. It may be a surprise, but I believe it is true, that under our present tariff policy, the masses of the American people practically escape taxation. They use almost, indeed, I might say wholly, homemade articles, home tobacco, wine, spirits, and beer, homemade cotton and woolen cloths and silks, serviceable but not so fine as the foreign, and all these are today surprisingly cheap. I had a proof of that recently. A family in comfortable circumstances, not rich, went to England each year with their 5 children to visit parents. Formerly, the cost of their passage was saved by the purchase of clothing and other articles. The lady told us she bought nothing on the other side now. She could clothe her children cheaper in New York. There is much testimony tending to bear this out. We find our servants who pass with us to and fro, buying many articles in New York. But pray remember, not fine luxurious articles, in which people with ample means indulge. Upon these, about which there need be no fear our rich class will ever forego, we can, by high duties, raise a large amount of needed revenue, without greatly restricting the demand. The rich classes of the Republic hesitate little about cost in their luxuries, and fine silks, fine linen, fine lace, finest woolen fabrics, fine wines or Scotch whisky, and British beer are among our luxuries. Pray note this policy will no longer be pursued primarily for protection, but for revenue only. Even if protection as a policy were discarded, it is probable such articles would be taxed. The masses would demand this. It is a great mistake to think that it is the few and not the many who favor taxing the imported articles used by the few rich. It is my opinion that there can be no abolition of such duties in our day. This is the most popular of all means of raising revenue. There is a new revolution in trade between nations which cannot be overlooked. It may now be taken as established that raw materials in favored parts of the world have now attained the power to attract to them capital and ability, so that they will as a rule be manufactured close at hand. The various peoples display unsuspected capacity for manufacturing. The poor men and women of India, the peons of Mexico, the Negroes of America, make satisfactory mill operatives. The Chinese and Japanese are becoming so also. Britain and the United States crush a few heads of departments. Automatic machines need little skill and the mere workers. We must expect great changes to flow from this fact. It proves Britain long a chief, and at one time indeed almost the sole manufacturing nation of importance, and the United States also, to keep our standard of efficiency at the very highest in every department. There may come changes amounting to revolution from this cause. Sir Sutherland of the P&O recently spoke to the shareholders of the probability of ordering steamships in the Far East. I think, however, he will first obtain these from Britain and America. It is a far cry to the Far East. While we may not look for any great increase in the foreign trade of nations, nothing comparable, for instance, to the growth of their domestic trade, since the tendency is for nations to supply their chief wants, still, I believe that the increase of the population and of wealth, creating new wants and extending the field of present wants, must be such as to keep the exchange of articles not only at its present volume, but with a small ratio of increase. How small foreign trade is at best compared to internal trade. In the case of the United States, notwithstanding its exported manufacturers last year, 1899, to the extent of 80 million pounds sterling, $400 million, this was not quite a paltry 5% of the total value of its manufactures, above 1,800 millions. There is little to fear as to the wants of the world. Britain's only concern is to remain and become the country which can best supply them. So much for Anglo-American trade relations. In these days of bitter partisanship and sectarianism, it seems almost essential that there should arise a body of intelligent men in each center who know neither rank wealth, party, nor creed in their deliberations as members of such body, who subordinate all other issues to those which concern the peace and prosperity of their country, which extends its view to all peoples of all lands, rightly regarding men everywhere as a brotherhood, bound together and therefore dependent in greater or less degree in a common prosperity, and which sees in the peace and prosperity of other nations results not antagonistic but tributary to their own, discarding these narrow conceptions of the ordinary politician who sees in war against other lands benefits to his own, and, I fear, sees even more clearly popularity for himself. It is essentially true concerning commercial nations, especially such as Great Britain long has been and must remain, and such as our newer republic is becoming, which is fast sharing with the mother country the business of the world, that there is no measure of prosperity in any part of the world in which we do not share. The whole world pays tribute to the nations which supply, in any considerable degree, its wants. Hence the greatest interest of Britain and of America is peace. Hence also a wise policy to sustain peace, a grave error of policy to disturb it, since we cannot destroy the prosperity of any nation without impairing our own. Any seeming temporary gain from the injury of others is really a loss in the end. This is perhaps what may be called a view for the future, but steps toward its acceptance are being taken even in our own day. The first step lies in exploding the idea that trade follows the flag. The fact is that trade sets the best bargain. Trade is no respecter of flags. Royal Canada buys her Union Jacks in New York. She trades with the Republic to 3 times the extent she trades with England, and to a greater extent than with all other nations combined. In vain does any nation seek political or nominal control over foreign territory with a view to permanent commercial advantage under free trade or equal laws for all. She secures or holds only the market which she can best supply. To spend millions of money and thousands of lives for the political control of new territory may be considered necessary sometimes for political reasons, but never for the requirements of trade. We shall have gained one step forward then when it is freely recognized that political acquisition is not essential for acquiring the trade of a new territory. This truth even America just now needs to relearn, since she is trying to acquire political control of the Philippines. British and American interests are safeguarded when equal laws for all nations are secured. Thus, the interests of both countries in foreign trade have become the same and should lead to a common policy, the open door and peace, allowing all nations, all peoples, to follow their own laws and development in perfect freedom. We have had many proofs recently of the familiar adage that blood is thicker than water, very much thicker, as I believe, between the members of our own race. In the eminent drawing together of the English-speaking race, and all that this implies, we see the dawn of a new sentiment rising, the patriotism of race, a sentiment of pride and devotion in the race, now given by one half of the race to the Union Jack, and by the other half of the race to the Stars and Stripes, the other of the 2 flags which unitedly hold sway over all English-speaking men, for no community exists, speaking our tongue, which does not owe allegiance to one or the other of these symbols. The silver lining to the clouds of war in which, alas, the 2 branches of our race are at present engaged, is that it has so turned out that these now stand closer to each other than at any time since they separated. We may safely, I believe quite safely, assume that no question can ever arise between the 2 nations, but one people, which will not be amicably settled, that no government can ever exist in either land strong or wicked enough to resist the demand of the best of the people of both, that the settlement of differences shall not be by the brutal arbitrament of the sword. The day has passed when English-speaking men will ever be called upon to kill each other in battle. The sun is never again to shine upon such a spectacle. We have passed that stage and turned down the pages of that horrid story forever. What then of the future charged with this potent new sentiment of race patriotism, which seems drawing upon us? Our own race especially is prone to the disease known as land hunger. Great Britain has spread its red spots of sovereignty all over the world. We have stretched from the shores of the Atlantic 3,000 miles to the Pacific, from the St. Lawrence to the Gulf of Mexico, and not content, I fear, following Britain's perilous example, we are trying to annex foreign territory. The truth is that we have taken the scripture much to heart, which tells us that the meek shall inherit the earth, and which I humorist Mark Twain said, explained it all. Our race is so weak, at all events we seem to have lost no time in discovering that the true and only reliable proof of the Jew inheritors was whether they spoke English. This expanding ethnic must soon pass. It is the law of development that each country shall eventually rule itself. Canada does so, Australia is about to assume sovereign sway, both have their own fiscal tariffs against even English products. The 17 republics of South America, only recently governed by Spain, are now all independent and self-governing. It is only during the periods of development that distant powers can govern and hold sway over a people, but during this stage such may be the benign effect of the government, that even after practical control has been taken over by the new community, the ties between mother and child may not only remain unbroken, but stronger than ever before. Of this, Canada and Australia give ample proof. By the wise, kind, peaceful, and conciliatory policy pursued, a race patriotism has been created within the empire, which depends upon moral forces, the most enduring of all, not upon law, but upon love. The success in Britain's colonial policy in recent times is one of the grandest triumphs ever achieved by a nation, perhaps the grandest of all. It has been possible only by peaceful, not by warlike means, a victory much more renowned than any conquest by force, and more enduring as the future is to show. The flag of Great Britain floats over Canada and Australia. By the desire of their people, they are part of the solid, united whole, and the question now is whether this federation of the race is to stop within the empire, or finally develop into a federal council for the entire race governing international relations, which involve the peace of the world, and leaving home rule to each country and all other affairs, even as to the form of government itself, a crowned or uncrowned republic. I am on record as having predicted years ago that our English-speaking race would one day be again united. It was not so very long since. Here is a fit field for our Chamber of Commerce to cultivate, for it lies in the direction of peace and goodwill. For the present, at least, they can exert their influence to strengthen the good feeling and the drawing together of the two branches. I failed to mention one of the best, perhaps the best, of all the results of our temporary policy of protection. It has brought to us so many British manufacturers to establish industries and thus develop our resources. The Clarks and the Coases of Paisley, the Dowans of Yorkshire, the Sandersons of Sheffield, and last but certainly not least, a great prize from Halifax. Who could expect us not to extol our idea of protection if we capture the facts? We must not line them up for a king's ransom. We need as many of the Halifax quality as can be had. Whenever our tariffs suit, all may take a sweeping revenge and come over and enjoy a perfect free trade in the 45 nations of the Union, and be happy. The Republic cause them to come one, come all. Your tax is highest the gems and the precious things imported, but these jewels beyond price are admitted duty-free. It is not only for their value industrially that they should be valued, but as links binding the old and the new lands, the mother and the child together. Some of the younger members of the firm settle among us, their children marry Americans, and when they visit the old home, contract alliances there, and the true Anglo-American is the result. who is not unlikely to prove the coming man possessed the virtues and strength of both races, and the vices or weaknesses of neither, and who, at all events we may rest assured, will be the foremost disciple of race patriotism, and labor for the coming of the day of common citizenship within the wide and ever-expanding boundaries of our race. Section 7. Business Part 1. Business is a large word, and in its primary meaning covers the whole range of man's efforts. It is the business of the preacher to preach, of the physician to practice, of the poet to write, the business of the university professor to teach, and the business of the college student, one might sometimes think, from the amount of attention bestowed upon it, to play football. I am not to speak of business in this wide sense, but specifically as defined in the Century Dictionary. Quote, mercantile and manufacturing pursuits collectively. Employment requiring knowledge of accounts and financial methods. The occupation of conducting trade or monetary transactions of any kind. Close quote. The illustration which follows is significant and clearly defines this view of business. It reads, it seldom happens that men of a studious turn acquire any degree of reputation for their knowledge of business. But we must go one step further, more strictly to define business, as I am to consider it. Is a railway president receiving a salary, or the president of a bank, or a salaried officer of any kind in business? Strictly speaking, he is not. For a man to be in business must be at least a part owner of the enterprise which he manages, and to which he gives his attention, and chiefly dependent for his revenues, not upon salary, but upon its profits. This view rules out the entire salaried class. None of these men is now a man in business, but many of them have been, and most successful therein. The businessman, pure and simple, plunges into and tosses upon the waves of human affairs without a life preserver in the shape of salary. He risks all. Choice of a career. There is no great fortune to come from salary however high, and the businessman pursues fortune. If he be wise, he puts all his eggs in one basket, and then watches that basket. If he is a merchant in coffee, he attends to coffee. If a merchant in sugar, he attends to sugar and lets coffee alone, and only mixes them when he drinks his coffee with sugar in it. If he mine coal and sell it, he attends to the black diamonds. If he own and sell ships, he attends to shipping, and he ceases to insure his own ships just as soon as he has surplus capital and can still no loss of one without imperiling solvency. If he manufactures steel, he sticks to steel and severely lets copper alone. If he mine ironstone, he sticks to that and avoids every other kind of mining, silver and gold mining especially. This is because man can thoroughly master only one business, and only an able man can do this. I have never yet met a man who fully understood two different types of business. You cannot find him any sooner than you can find a man who thinks in two languages equally and does not invariably think only in one. Subdivision specialization is the order of the day. Every man to his trade or his specialty. I have before me many representatives of all classes of students. If I can look into your hearts, I should find many differing ambitions. Some aiming at distinction in each of the professions. Some would be lawyers, some ministers, some doctors, some architects, some electricians, some engineers, some teachers, and each sets before him as models honored names that have reached the highest rank in those professions. The embryo lawyers before me would rival Marshall and Story of the past, work harder and enjoy it of the present. The preacher would be a Brooks or Van Dyke, the physician a Janeway or Garmini. The editor would be a Dana, the architect a Richardson, and, having reached the top of his darling profession, his ambition then would be satisfied. At least so he thinks at present. With these classes I have nothing whatever to do directly today, because all these are professional enthusiasts. Nevertheless, the qualities essential for success in the professions, being in the main the same which ensures success in business, much that I have to say applies equally to you all. There remains among you those who would sail the uncertain seas of business and devote themselves to making money, a great fortune, so that you shall be millionaires. I am sure that while this may be chiefly in your thoughts, it is not all you seek in a business career. You feel that in it there is scope for exercise of great abilities, of enterprise, energy, judgment, and all the best traits of human nature, and also that men in business perform useful service to society. I am to try to shed a little light upon the path to success, to point out some of the rocks and shoals in that treacherous sea, and give a few hints as to the mode of sailing your ship or rowing your show, whether, for instance, the quick or the slow stroke is surer to win the long race. The start in line. Let us begin then at the beginning. Is any would-be businessman before me content and forecasting his future to figure himself as laboring all his life for a fixed salary? Not one, I am sure. In this you have the dividing line between business and non-business. The one is a master and depends upon profits, the other a servant and depends upon salary. Of course you have all to begin in service with salary, but you have not all to end there. You have some difficulty in obtaining a start, great difficulty as a rule, but here comes in the exceptional student. There is not much difficulty for him. He has attracted the attention of his teachers, who know many men of affairs, has taken prizes, he is ahead of his class, has shown unusual ability, founded upon characteristics which are sure to tell in the race. He has proved himself self-respecting, has irreproachable habits, good sense, method, untiring industry, and his spare hours are spent in pursuing knowledge, that being the labor in which he most delights. One vital point more. His finances are always sound. He rigorously lives within his means, and last but not least, he has shown that his heart is in his work. Besides all this, he has usually one strong guarantee of future industry and ambitious usefulness. He is not burdened with wealth. It is necessary that he make his own way in the world. He is not yet a millionaire, but is only going to be one. He has no rich father, or still more dangerous, rich mother, who can and will support him in idleness should he prove a failure. He has no life preserver, and therefore must sink or swim. Before that young man leaves college, he is a marked man. More than one avenue is open for him. The door opens before he is ready to knock. He is waited for by the sagacious employer. Not the written certificate of his professor, for certificates have generally to be read and are read within the lines, but a word or two spoken to the businessman who is always on the lookout for the exceptional young graduate has secured the young man all that a young man needs: a start. The most valuable acquisition to his business which an employer can obtain is that exceptional young man. There is no bargain so fruitful for him as this. It is, of course, much more difficult for only the average student. He has generally to search for employment, but finally, he also gets a start. Openings to success. It is the career of the exceptional student which illustrates the pathway to success. We need not render ourselves anxious about him. He is all right. He has been thrown into the sea, but he does not need any life preserver. He does not need to be coddled. He will swim. He was not born to be drowned, and you see him breast the waves year after year until he is at the head of a great business. His start, of course, is not at the head. He is at the foot. Fortunately so, for that is the reason his progress has always been upward. If he had started high, he would not have had the chance to make a continual ascent. It does not matter how he starts, for the qualities in him are such as to produce certain effects in any field he enters. He goes forward upon a very small salary, performing certain small uses indeed, much smaller than he thinks himself capable of performing, but these he performs thoroughly. Some day, in some way, something happens that brings him to the notice of his immediate superior. He objects to some plan proposed and thinks it can be bettered in some way, or he volunteers to assist in a department other than his own. Or he stays one day later at his work than usual, or goes some morning sooner because there was some part of the business that had not been entirely settled the night before. Or there was something to start next morning that he was afraid might not be ready or just right, and he just goes down early to be sure. His employer has been somewhat anxious upon the same point, and he too goes down early that morning and finds his salaried young man, showing that he does not work for salary alone. It is not solely an affair of hire and salary with him. He is not that kind of a young man. He is working for the success of the business. Or maybe that someday his employer proposes a certain mode of action in regard to the customer's account. Perhaps the young man has started in the office and has been asked to look after the credits, the most important part. His employers wish to close this credit, which perhaps would embarrass the customer. This young man, known to the customer, has had to visit his place occasionally in the course of business, collecting his accounts or trying to collect them, and the young man modestly says he is a splendid fellow, bound to succeed, does his business upon fair and wise methods, and only needs a little temporary indulgence to come out all right. The employer has faith in the young man's judgment and ability, thinks it a rather strong suggestion for a clerk to make, but says to him, "You look out for this matter, and see that we do not lose." But of course we do not wish to injure one of our customers. If we can help him without risk, we wish to do it. The young man takes the matter in hand, and results prove he was quite right. The customer becomes one of the very best of all their customers, and one that it would require a great deal to take away from the firm. Or perhaps the bright young man may have noted the insurance policies upon the works, and their days of expiration. He finds the fact has been overlooked that some of the insurances have lapsed and are invalid. It is none of his business. He is not paid to look after the insurance of the firm. In one sense, the narrow sense, that is the business of some other man. But he ventures to call attention to the fact and suggests that the premiums should be paid. But now mark the advantage of general reading and education. This young man has read the newspapers and reviews and knows of several sharp business practices by which the insurer is sometimes defrauded of his insurance, and especially has he read of new methods and cheap plans of insurance. He suggests that it would be well to change this and that policy to another and very solid old company. You see, gentlemen, the businessman of this day has to read, yes, and study, and go to the roots of many things that he may avoid the pitfalls that surround business upon every side. He would not be an employer worth having that did not know what kind of a young man that was, although now in the humble guise of a clerk. The second step upward. Suppose he is an electrician or engineer, and comes from Italy, which is a good place to come from. In the great manufacturing concern, so fortunate as to secure his services, he has to do with some humble branch of the work. But he discovers that there are a few boilers which are not quite safe, and that the engines or motors are built upon false mechanical principles, and are very wasteful of fuel, and that one of the engines will soon give trouble. There is a foundation under it upon which he finds that the contractor has not done honest work. Or, dropping into the works one night, just to see that all is going well, perhaps he discovers that a man trusted by the firm has fallen into bad habits and is not fit for duty, or perhaps is not on duty, and that an accident might thus happen. He feels it to be his duty to take action here and safeguard the business from the danger of an accident. He draws the plans which show some defects in the machinery, lays them before his employers with suggestions how to cure these, made upon the latest scientific principles that he has been taught in civilly. The employer, of course, is very averse to spend money, and angry to learn that his machinery is not what it should be. But although his anger explodes and envelops the young man for a moment, he is not shooting at him. When the debris clears, he sits down and learns from the young man what a few $1,000s now might save. And the result is that he tells the silly boy he wishes him to take up the subject and attend to it, and be sure to make all right. Already that young man's fortune is almost as good as meat. He could not hide his light under a bushel if he tried, and the coming businessman is not excessively liable to that sin, and does not want to. He is a business all over. There are no affectation or false modesty about him. He knows his business, and he feels fully conscious and proud of the fact that he knows it. And that is one of the many advantages civility gives him. And he is determined that his employers should not, at least upon that point, no less than he does. You must never fail to enlighten your employer. You cannot keep such a young man as that back. And this, let me tell you, no employer wishes to keep him back. There is only one person as happy at finding this young man as the young man is in finding himself, and that is his employer. He is worth $1 million more or less, but of course, it would not be good for him to get it while so young. He has now made 2 steps upward. First, he has got to start. And secondly, he has satisfied his employer that he renders exceptional service. The decisive step, as the French say, he has arrived, and he is there to stay. His foot is upon the ladder. How high he climbs is his own affair. He is among the few within the very threshold of the whole business. There is a good deal to be done after this, however. The young man has zeal and ability, and he has shown that he has also that indispensable quality, judgment. And he has shown another indispensable quality, that his heart is in the business, that no other cause takes him from it, that he pushes aside the very seductive temptations which surround the young man, and concentrates his attention, his time, his efforts, upon the performance of his duties to his employer. All other studies, occupations, and all amusements are subordinate to the business which holds paramount sway. His salary, of course, increases. If he has happened to engage with an employer who does not fully appreciate such services as he has rendered and is ready to render, other employers have not failed to note that here is that rare article, the exceptional young man, in the service of their rival, and it is possible that our young hero may have to change employers. It does not often happen, but it does sometimes that a young man has to do so. As a rule, the employer is only too thankful that such a young man has come to him, and he makes it his interest to remain. Confidence is a matter of slow growth, however, and it is a far cry from a high salary as a hireling into equality as a partner. The crucial question. Let us trace him a little further. This young man's services to the firm have been such as to render it necessary someday that he should visit his employer at his house. It is not long before many occasions arise which call the young man to the house where he is now favored upon his merits by the household, and to whom his nature soon becomes known. And the master soon begins to ask himself whether he might not someday make him a partner. And then comes the question of questions. Is he honest and true? Let me pause here one moment. Gentlemen, this is the crucial question, the keystone of the arch, for no amount of ability is of the slightest avail without honor. When Burns pictured the genius of Scotland in The Vision, these marvelous words came to him. Her eye, even turned on empty space, beamed keen with honor. No concealment, no prevarication, no speculation, trying to win something for which no service is given. Nothing done which, if published, would involve your shame. The businessman seeks first in his partner the soul of honor, one who would soar from the narrow path even to serve him, but only forfeit his confidence. Is he intelligent? Is he capable of forming a correct judgment based upon knowledge, upon distant and far-reaching issues? Young men, yes, and old men also, sometimes marry in haste, which is very foolish in both cases. But there is this to be said for the partnership. It is rarely entered upon in a hurry. It is not one or two qualities which ensure it, but an all-round character, desirable in many respects, highly objectionable in none, and with special ability in one or two. We often hear in our day that it is impossible for young men to become owners because business is conducted upon so great a scale that the capital necessary reaches millions, and therefore the young man is doomed to a salaried life. Now there is something in that view only so far as the great corporations are concerned, because an interest in these is only attainable by capital. You can buy so many shares for so many dollars, and as the class of young men I address are not willing to remain forever salaried men, but are determined sooner or later to become businessmen upon their own account as masters. I do not believe that employment in a great corporation is as favorable for them as with private owners, because, while a young man can look forward to a large salary in their service, that is all to which he can aspire. Even the presidents of these corporations, being only salaried men, are not to be classed as strictly businessmen at all. How then can a young man under them be anything but a salaried man his life long? Where to look for opportunities? Many a business which has long been successful as a partnership is put into a joint stock concern, and the shares are offered in the market, and professional men, guilelessly innocent of business, and sometimes women of a speculative turn, and, I am sorry to say, many times clergymen and artists are deluded into purchasing. The public buys the business, but they should have bought the man or the men who made the business. You remember the Travers story? A friend called Travers in to see a dog that he wished to buy to clear his conservatory of rats. And when the dog fancier undertook to show him how this dog demolished these pests, one great big old rat chased the dog. Travers' friend said to him, well, what would you do? Travers replied, buy the rat. The public often buys the wrong thing. It would be an excellent study for you to read frequently the stock list of miscellaneous companies. You will find some of the newspapers give the list, then note the par value of the shares, and the price at which you may purchase them. It may be said that this par value is upon fictitious capital. That is so only in some instances. In manufacturing companies, especially, I think the reverse is the rule. The capital does not fully represent the cost of the properties. But there are many corporations which are not corporations. Many instances of partnership in which the corporate form has been adopted, and yet the business continues substantially as a partnership. And comparing such institutions with the great corporations whose ownership is here, there, and everywhere, we find a most notable difference. Take, for instance, the great steamship lines of the world. Most of these, as those of you who read will know, fail to make returns to their shareholders. The shares of some of the greatest companies have been selling at 1/2 and sometimes 1/3 their costs. These are corporations, pure and simple, but if we look at other lines engaged upon the same oceans, which are managed by their owners, and in which, generally, one great businessman is deeply interested, and at the head, we find large dividends each year and amounts placed into the reserve fund. It is the difference between individualism and communism applied to business, between the owners managing their own business as partners and the joint stock concern of 1,000 shifty owners ignorant of the business. The same contrast can be drawn in every branch of business, in merchandising, in manufacturing, in finance, in transportation by land as well as sea. It is so with banks. Many banks are really the property of a few businessmen. These soon become the leading banks, and their shares are invariably quoted at the highest premium, especially if the president of the bank be the largest owner, as he is in many of the most remarkable cases of success. In such partnership corporations, there is every opportunity for the coming businessman to obtain ownership, which exists in pure partnerships, for the owners of both manage affairs and are on the constant watch for ability. Do not be fastidious. Take what the gods offer. Begin, if necessary, with a corporation, always keeping your eye open for a chance to become interested in a business of your own. Remember, every business can be made successful because it supplies some essential want of the community. It performs a needed office, whether it be in manufacturing, which produces an article, or in gathering and distributing it by the merchant, or the banker whose business is to take care of and invest capital. There is no line of business in which success is not attainable. A secret of success. It is a simple matter of honest work, ability, and concentration. There is no question about there being room at the top for exceptional men in any profession. These have not to seek patronage. The question is rather, how can their services be secured? And as with every profession, so in every line of business, there is plenty of room at the top. Your problem is how to get there. The answer is simple. Conduct your business with just a little more ability than the average man in your line. If you are only above the average, your success is secured, and the degree of success is in ratio to the greater degree of ability and attention which you give above the average. There are always a few in business who stand near the top, but there are always an infinitely greater number at and near the bottom. And should you fail to ascend, the fault is not in your stars, but in yourselves. Those who fail may say that this or that man had great advantages, the fates were propitious, the conditions favorable. Now there is very little in this. One man lands in the middle of a stream which he tries to jump and is swept away, and another tries the same feat and lands on the other side. Examine these two men. You will find that the one who failed lacked judgment. He had not calculated the means to the end, was a foolish fellow, had not trained himself, could not jump. He took the chances. He was like the young lady who was asked if she could play the violin, and she said she did not know, she had never tried. Now, the other man who jumped the stream had carefully trained himself. He knew about how far he could jump, and there was one thing dead sure with him. He knew he could, at any rate, jump far enough to land at a point from which he could wade ashore and try again. He had shown judgment. Prestige is a great matter, my friends. A young man who has a record of doing what he sets out to do will find year after year his field of operations extended, and the tasks committed to him greater and greater. On the other hand, the man who has to admit failure and comes to friends trying to get assistance in order to make a second start is in a very bad position indeed. College graduates in business. The graduates of our colleges and universities in former years graduated while still in their teens. We have changed this, and graduates are older as a rule when they enter upon life's struggle, but they are taught much more. And thus the young university man employs his son to the very best advantage in acquiring knowledge upon the pursuit which he is to make the chief business of his life. He will enter business at a disadvantage with younger men who enter in their teens, although lacking in university education. This goes without saying. Now the question is, will the graduate who has dwelled in the region of theory overtake the man who has been for a year or two in advance of him engaged in the hard and stern educative field of practice? That it is possible for the graduate to do so also goes without saying, and that he should in afterlife possess views broader than the ordinary businessman deprived of university education is also certain. And of course the race in life is to those whose record is best at the end. The beginning is forgotten and is of no moment. But if the graduate is ever to overtake the first starter in the race, it must be by possessing stronger staying powers. His superior knowledge, leading to a sounder judgment, must be depended upon to win the race at the finish. A few disadvantages he must strenuously guard against: the lack of severe self-discipline, of strenuous concentration, and intense ambition, which usually characterize the man who starts before the habits of manhood are formed. The habits of the young man at college, after he is a man, and the habits of the youngster in the business arena are likely to differ. There is another great disadvantage which the older man has to overcome in most successful business establishments. There will be found in operation there is a strict civil service system and promotion without favor. It is therefore most difficult to find admission to the service in any but the lowest grades. One has to begin at the foot, and this is better for all parties concerned, especially the young graduate. The exceptional graduate should excel the exceptional non-graduate. He has more education, and education will always tell, the other qualities being equal. Take two men of equal natural ability, energy, and the same ambition and characteristics, and the man who has received the best, widest, most suitable education has the advantage over the other undoubtedly. Section 8, Business Part 2. Businessmen and Speculators. All pure coins have their counterfeits. The counterfeit of business is speculation. A man in business always gives value in return for his revenue, and thus performs a useful function. His services are necessary and benefit the community. Besides, he labors steadily in developing the resources of the country, and thus contributes to the advancement of the race. This is genuine coin. Speculation, on the contrary, is a parasite fastened upon the labor of businessmen. It creates nothing and supplies no want. When the speculator wins, he takes money without rendering service or giving value therefore, and when he loses, his fellow speculator takes the money from him. It is a pure gambling operation between them, degrading to both. You can never be an honest man of business and a speculator. The modes and aims of the one career are fatal to the other. Though businessmen can honestly speculate, for those who trust him have a right to expect strict adherence to business methods. The creditor takes the usual risks of business, but not those of speculation. The genuine, and the counterfeit have nothing in common. That 95% fail of those who start in business upon their own account seems incredible, and yet such are said to be the statistics upon the subject. Although it is said that figures will say anything, still it is a fact that the proportion is very great. Do not think that I wish to discourage you against attempting to be your own masters and having a business of your own. Very far from it. Besides, the coming businessman is not to be discouraged by anything that anybody can say. He is a true knight who says, with Fitzjames, if the path be dangerous known, the danger self is lure alone. The young man who is determined to be a businessman will not be thwarted, neither will he be diverted into any other channel, and he is going to start and have a trial. You will make a spoon or spoil a iron, trying to make it. You must go ahead and find it out. Time enough to confine yourself to a lifelong bondage as we are receivers of a salary, after you have tried business and really discovered whether or no you are one of the gifted who possess all the necessary qualities. I have tried to sketch the path of the exceptional graduate from salary to partnership. It is no fancy sketch. There is not a day passes without changes in many firms which raise young men into partnership, and in every single city no 1st of January passes without such promotions. Business requires fresh young blood for its existence. If any of you are discouraged upon this point, let me give you 2 stories within my own experience which should certainly cheer you. A sketch from life. There is a large manufacturer, the largest in the world in his line. I know him well, a splendid man who illustrates the business career at its best. Now, like all sensible businessmen, as he grew in years, he realized that fresh blood must be introduced into his business. That while it was comparatively easy for him to manage the extensive business at present, it was wise to provide for its continuance in able hands after he had retired. Rich men seldom have sons who inherit a taste for business. I am not concerned to say whether this is well or otherwise. Looking at the human race as a whole, I believe it is for good. If rich men's sons had poor men's necessities, and hence their ambitious abilities, there would be less chance for the students of colleges than there is. It was not to any member of his family that this man looked for the new young blood. A young man in the service of a corporation had attracted his attention in the management of certain business matters connected with the firm. The young man had to call upon this gentleman frequently. The wise man did not move hastily in the matter. About his ability he was soon satisfied, but that covered only one point of many. What were the young man's surroundings, habits, tastes, acquirements? Beyond his immediate business, what was his nature? He found everything in these matters just as he would have it. The young man was supporting a widowed mother and his sister. He had his friends, some excellent young men, and some older than himself. He was a student, he was a reader, had high tastes, of course. I need hardly say that he was a young gentleman, highly self-respecting, and soul of honor, incapable of anything low or vulgar. In short, a model young man, and of course, poor. That goes without saying. The young man was sent for, and the millionaire told him that he should like very much to try him in his service, and asked the young man if he would make the trial. The millionaire stated frankly what he was looking for, a young businessman who might develop and finally relieve him of much care. The arrangement was that he should come for 2 years as a clerk, subject to Clark's rules, which in this case were very hard, because he had to be at the factory a few minutes before 7 in the morning. He was to have a salary somewhat larger than he had received, and if at the end of 2 years nothing had been said on either side, no obligations were given, each was free, he was simply on trial. The young man proudly said he would not have it otherwise. The business went on. Before the 2 years expired, the employee was satisfied that he had found that exceedingly rare thing, a young businessman. What a number of qualities this embraces, including judgment. Without judgment, a businessman amounts to nothing. The employer stating to the young man, he was delighted with them, pleased with the services, and expressed his joy at having found him. He had now arranged to interest him in the firm. But to his amazement, the young man replied, Thanks, but it is impossible for me to accept. What is the matter? You suit me. Do I not suit you? Excuse me, sir, but for reasons which I cannot explain, I am to leave your service in 6 months. When my 2 years are up, and I intend to give you notice of this, that you might fill my place. Where are you going? I'm going abroad. Have you made any engagement? No, sir. Do you not know where you are going? No, sir. Nor what you are to do? No, sir. Sir, I have treated you well, and I do think I am entitled to know the real reason. I think it is your duty to tell me. The reason was dragged out of the young man. You have been too good to me. I would give anything to be able to remain with you. You even invited me to your house. You have been absent traveling. You asked me to call often to take your wife and daughter to such entertainments as you wish to attend, and I cannot stand it any longer. Well, the millionaire, of course, discovered what all of you have suspected, just what you had done under the circumstances. He had fallen in love with the daughter. Now, in this country, that would not have been considered much of an indiscretion, and I do not advise any of you to fight much against it. If you really love, you should overlook the objection that it is your employer's daughter who has conquered, and that you may have to bear the burden of riches. But in the land of which I speak, it would have been considered dishonorable for a young corp to make love to any young lady without the parent's permission. Have you spoken to my daughter? Was the question. The young man scarcely deigned to reply to that. Of course not. Never said a word or led her to suspect in any way? Of course not. Well, he said, I do not see why you should not. You are the very kind of son-in-law I want if you can win my daughter. Very strange, but somehow or other the young lady did not differ from Papa. He was the kind of husband she wanted. Now that young man is a happy businessman today. Romance in business. I have another story which happened in another country. Both the fathers-in-law told me these stories themselves, and proud men they are, and proud am I of their friendship. You see, business is not all this hard prosaic life that is pictured. It bears romance and sentiment in it, and the greater the business, the more successful, the more useful, in my experience, there is found more romance and imagination. The highest triumphs, even in business, flow from romance, sentiment, imagination, particularly in the business of a worldwide firm. The other story is so similar to the first that successful telling is impossible. You will all jump to the conclusion, and the details in these cases are nothing. It is as when I begin to tell my young nephews about the Battle of Bannockburn. There were the English, and there stood the Scotch. Which what, uncle? Cried the three at once. Details are necessary, but there was no battle in this case. I inferred it was all settled by amicable arbitration. I shall not tell it at length, as I did the other, but it is precisely the same, except the young man in this other case was not employed, except in the ordinary manner. The young man's services were needed, and he was employed. He finally became private secretary to the millionaire, and with equally fatal results. In this case, however, the father asked his exemplary and able young man to look after his sons during his absence. This necessitated visits to the residence at the country house, and sports and games with his sons. My friend forgot he had a daughter, and he should not have done this. When you become not only heads of business, but heads of families, you should make a note of this and not think your sons everything. The private secretary who was requested to attend to the sons, somehow or another, getting his instructions verbally, seems to have understood them as having a slightly wider range. The daughter apparently needed most of his attention. But note this. These two young men won the confidence and captured the genuine admiration of their employers, businessmen, first, and then fell in love with the daughters. You will be perfectly safe if you take matters in the same order of precedence. The value of a business career. Perhaps I may be permitted, without going too far beyond the scope of my text, to make a few remarks upon the influence of a business career upon men as compared with other pursuits. First, then, I have learned that the artistic career is most narrowing and produces such petty jealousies, unbounded vanities, and spitefulness as to furnish me with a great contrast to them which I have found in men of affairs. Music, painting, sculpture, one would think, should prove most powerful in the beneficent effects upon those who labor with them as their daily vocation. Experience, however, shows against this. Perhaps because of the work or the performance of artists is so highly personal, so clearly seen, being brought directly before the public, that petty passions are stimulated. However that may be, I believe it will not be controverted that the artistic mind becomes prejudiced and narrow. But understand, I speak only of classes and of the general effect. Everywhere we find exceptions which render the average still more unsatisfactory. In regards to what I call the learned professions, we notice the effect produced by specialization in a very marked degree. In the ministerial class, this is not so marked in our day, because the leaders in that great function permit themselves a wider range of subjects than ever before, and are dealing less with creeds and formulas, and more with the practical evils and shortcomings of human life in its various phases. This naturally broadens the mind. It has been held that the legal profession must tend to a clear but narrow intellects, and it is pointed out that the great lawyers have seldom risen to commanding position and power over their fellows. This does not mean that men who study the law become unsatisfactory legislators or statesmen and rulers. If it did, our country of all others should be in a bad way, because we are governed by lawyers. But the most famous Americans who have been great men were not great lawyers. That is, they have seldom attained the foremost rank in a profession, but have availed themselves of the inestimable advantage which the study of law confers upon statesmen, and developed beyond the bounds of the profession. We are reminded that the great lawyer and the great judge must deal with rules and precedents already established. The lawyer follows precedents, but the ruler of men makes precedents. Merchants and professional men. The tendency of all professions, it would seem, must be to make what is known as the professional mind clear but narrow. Now, what may be claimed for business as a career is that the man in business is called upon to deal with an ever-changing variety of questions. You must have an all-round judgment based upon knowledge of many subjects. It is not sufficient for the great merchant and businessman of our day that he knows his country well, its physical conditions, its resources, statistics, crops, waterways, its finances, in short, all conditions which affect not only the present, but will give him data upon which he can predict, with some degree of certainty, the future. The merchant whose operations extend to various countries must also know these countries and also the chief things pertaining to them. His view must be worldwide. Nothing can happen of moment which had not its bearing upon his action. Political complications at Constantinople, the appearance of the cholera in the East, monsoon in India, the supply of gold at Cripple Creek, the appearance of the Colorado beetles, or the fall of a ministry, the danger of war, the likelihood of arbitration compelling settlement. Nothing can happen in any part of the world which he has not to consider. He must possess one of the rarest qualities, be an excellent judge of men. He often employs thousands and knows how to bring the best out of various characters. He must have the gift of organization, another rare gift, must have executive ability, must be able to decide promptly and wisely. Now, none of these rare qualities is absolutely essential to the specialist in any branch or profession. He follows a career, therefore, which tends not only to sharpen his wits, but to enlarge his powers. Different also from any other careers, that it tends not to specialization and a working of the mind within narrow grooves, but tends to develop in a man capacity to judge upon wide data. No professional life embraces so many problems, none other requires so wide a view of affairs in general. I think, therefore, that it may justly be said for the business career that it must widen and develop the intellectual powers of its devotee. On the other hand, the professional career is immeasurably nobler in this, that it has not for its chief end the ignoble aim of money-making, and is free from the greatest danger which besets the career of business, which is in one sense the most sordid of all careers, if entered upon in a wrong spirit. To make money is no doubt the primary consideration with most young men who enter it. I think if you will look into your hearts, you will find this to be true. But while this may be the first, it should not be the last consideration. There is the great use which a man can perform in developing the resources of his country, in furnishing employment to thousands, and developing inventions which prove of great benefit to the race and help it forward. A successful man of affairs soon rises above the mere desire to make money as the chief end of his labors, that is superseded by thoughts of the uses he performs in the line which I have just mentioned. The merchant soon finds his strongest feeling to be that of pride in the extent of his international operations, in his ships sailing every sea. The manufacturer finds in his employees and in his works, in machinery, in improvements, in the perfection of his factories and methods, his chief interest and reward. The profitable return they make is chiefly acceptable not because this is mere money, but because it denotes success. There is a romantic as well as prosaic side to business. The young man who begins in a financial firm and deals with capital, invested in 100 different ways, in bonds upon our railway systems, in money lent to merchant and to the manufacturer to enable them to work their wonders, soon finds romance in business unlimited room for the imagination. He can furnish credit worldwide in its range. His simple letter will carry the traveler to the farthest part of the earth. He may even be of service to his country in a crisis, and Richard Norris, the great merchant in Philadelphia, was to General Washington in the Revolutionary cause. Or, as in our own day, our great bankers have been in providing gold to our government in several crises to avert calamity. The vanished prejudice against trade. If the young man does not find romance in his business, it is not the fault of the business, but the fault of the young man. Consider the wonders, the mysteries connected with the recent developments in that most spiritual of all agents, electricity, with its unknown and perhaps even unguessed of powers. He must be a dull and prosaic young man who, being connected with electricity and any of its forms, is not lifted from humdrum business to the region of the mysterious. Business is not all dollars. These are but the shell. The kernel lies within and is to be enjoyed later as the higher faculties of businessman, so constantly called into play, develop and mature. There is in the reign of militarism and barbarous force much contempt for the man engaged in trade. How completely has all this changed, but indeed the feeling was of recent origin. For if we look further back, we find the oldest families in the world proud of nothing but the part they played in business. The wool sack and the galley still flourish in their coat of arms. One of the most, perhaps the most influential statesmen in England today is the Duke of Devonshire, because he has the confidence of both parties. He is the president of the Barrel Steel Company. The members of the present Conservative cabinet were found to hold 64 directorships in various trading, manufacturing, and mining companies. In Britain today, not how to keep out of trade, but how to get in it is the question. The President of the French Republic, a man with a marvelous career, has been a businessman all his days. The old feeling of aversion has entirely gone. You remember that the late Emperor of Germany wished to make his friend, the steel manufacturer Krupp, a prince of the empire, but that businessman was too proud of his works, and the son of his father, and begged the emperor to excuse him from degrading the rank he at present held as King of Steel. Henry Krupp's son, who has now succeeded to his father's throne, I doubt not, would make the same reply today. At present he is a monarch, equal to his emperor, and from all I know of the young King Krupp, just as proud of his position. The old prejudice against trade has gone even from the strongholds of Europe. This change has come because trade itself has changed. In old days, every branch of business was conducted upon the smallest retail scale, and small dealings and small affairs breed small men. Besides, every man had to be occupied with the details, and indeed each man manufactured or traded for himself. The higher qualities of organization and of enterprise, with broad views and of executive ability, were not brought into play. In our day, business in all branches was conducted upon so gigantic a scale that partners of a huge concern were really a red domain. The large employer of labor sometimes has more men in his industrial army than the petty German kings had under their banners. It was said of old that two of the trade never agree. Today, the warmest friendships are formed in every department of human effort among those in the same business. Each visits the other's counting house, factory, warehouse, and are shown the different methods and all the improvements and inventions, and freely adapt them to their own business. Affairs are now too great to breed petty jealousies, and there is now allied with the desire for gain, the desire for progress, invention, improved methods, scientific development, and pride of success in those important matters, so that the dividend which the businessman seeks and receives today is not alone in dollars. He receives with the dollar something better, the dividend in the shape of satisfaction, and being instrumental in carrying forward to higher stages of development the business which he makes his life work. Rewards of a business career. I can confidently recommend to you the business career as one in which there is abundant room for the exercise of man's highest power and of every good quality in human nature. I believe the career of the great merchant or banker or captain of industry to be favorable to the development of the powers of the mind and to the ripening of the judgment upon a wide range of general subjects, to freedom from prejudice and the keeping of an open mind. And I do know that permanent success is not obtainable except by fair and honorable dealing, by irreproachable habits and correct living, by the display of good sense and rare judgment in all the relations of human life. For credit and confidence, fly from the businessman foolish in word and deed, or irregular in habits, or even suspected of sharp practice. There may be room for a foolish man in every profession. Foolish as a child beyond the range of his specialty, and yet successful in that. But no man ever saw a foolish businessman successful. If without sound all-round judgment, he must fail. A business career is thus a stern school of all the virtues, and there is one supreme reward which it often yields which no other career can promise. I point to noble affections which it renders possible, It is to businessmen following business careers that we chiefly owe our universities, colleges, libraries, and educational institutions, as witness Girard, Lehigh, Chicago, Harvard, Yale, Cornell, and many others. What monument can a man leave behind him productive of so much good, and so certain to hand his name down to succeeding generations, hallowed with the blessings of thousands, and each decade who have within its walls received the most precious possession, a sound and liberal education. These are the words of men who recognized that surplus wealth was a sacred trust to be administered during the life of its possessor for the highest good of his fellows. If then some businessmen may fall subject to the reproach of grasping, we can justly claim for them as a class what honest Thomas Cromwell claimed for the greatest cardinal, and say, quote, if they have a greed of getting, yet in bestowing, they are most princely, as witness in these seats of learning. Close quote. Section 9. The Three-Legged Stool. There is a partnership of three in the industrial world when an enterprise is planned. The first of these, not in importance but in time, is capital. Without it, nothing costly can be built. From it comes the first breath of life into matter previously inert. The structure is reared, equipped, and ready to begin in any line of industrial activity. The second part comes into operation. That is, business ability. Capital has done its part. It has provided all the instrumentalities of production. But unless it can command the services of able men to manage the business, all that capital has done crumbles into ruin. Then comes the third partner, last in order of time, but not least, labor. If it fails to perform its part, nothing can be accomplished. Capital and business ability, without it being brought into play, are dead. The wheels cannot revolve unless the hand of labor starts them. Now, volumes can be written as to which one of these three partners is first, second, or third in importance, and the subject will remain just as it was before. Political economists, speculative philosophers, and preachers have been giving their views on the subject for hundreds of years. But the answer is not yet been found, nor can it ever be, because each of the three is all important, and every one is equally essential to the other two. There is no first, second, or last. There is no precedence. They are equal members of the great triple alliance which moves the industrial world. As a matter of history, labor existed before capital or business ability, for when Adam digged and Eve span, Adam had no capital, and if one might judge from the sequel, neither of the two were inordinately blessed with business ability. But this was before the reign of industrialism began, and huge investments of capital were necessary. In our day, capital, business ability, manual labor are the legs of a three-legged stool. While the three legs stand sound and firm, the stool stands. But let any one of the three weaken and break, let it be pulled out or struck out, down goes the stool to the ground, and the stool is of no use until the third leg is restored. Now the capitalist is wrong who thinks that capital is more important than either of the other two legs. Their support is essential to him. Without them, or with only one of them, he topples over. Business ability is wrong when it thinks that the leg which it represents is the most important. Without the legs of capital and labor, it is useless. And last, let it not be forgotten that labor also is wrong, wildly wrong, when it assumes that it is of more importance than either of the other two legs. That idea has been in the past the source of many sad mistakes. The three are equal partners of a grand whole. Combined, they work wonders. Separate, neither is of much account. Thus far, notwithstanding the differences that from time to time have unfortunately rent them apart, they have made the closing century more magnificent than all that have preceded it. Humanity the world over is better than it has ever been, materially and morally, and I have the faith that it is destined to reach still higher and loftier planes than even the most sanguine ever imagined. Capital, business ability, and labor must be united. He is an enemy to all three, who seeks to sow seeds of disunion among them. Section 10. Railroads, Past and Present. It is a matter of great satisfaction and some pride to me that I began in the railroad service as telegraph operator and rose to the position of superintendent of the Pittsburgh division of the Pennsylvania Railroad. Perhaps it would be interesting to contrast in a few particulars the condition of affairs in the railroad world then and now. We are always urged to look well ahead in railroading. It is one of the chief rules, but it is also well to cast a look back and see the progress that has been made. When I had the honor to become a railroad man, the Pennsylvania Railroad was not yet finished to Pittsburgh. By means of some miles of staging between 2 points and a climb over the mountains by means of 10 inclined planes, the passenger was enabled to reach Philadelphia by rail. The rails on the mountains were iron, 14 feet length, imported from England, lying on huge hewn blocks of stone. Although the line passed through woods and ties would have cost little, the company had no telegraph line and was dependent upon the use of the Western Union wire. Mr. Scott, the superintendent, the celebrated Thomas A. Scott, who was afterward president, often came to the telegraph office in Pittsburgh to talk to his superior in Altoona, the general superintendent. I was then a young operator and made his acquaintance by doing this telegraphing for him. I was receiving the enormous salary of $25 per month then, and he offered me $35 to become his secretary and telegrapher, which meant fortune. Let me congratulate you upon the great advance in your own wages and salaries since then. Mr. Scott received $125 a month, $1,500 a year, and my wonder was what a man could do with that amount of money. I hadn't thought then of one use. You might succeed by giving part of it away. What are the advantages a man receives from wealth is often discussed, but the best of wealth is not what it does for the owner, but what it enables him to do for others. I served for some time before I received an advance of salary of $10 per month. That gave me an enormous revenue, compared with the $1.20 a week at which I started in the cotton factory. It is one of the most cheering facts of our day that under present conditions the wages of labor tend to rise, and the prices of the necessaries of life tend to fall. There never was a nation so splendidly situated as ours is at this moment in regard to labor. Every sober, capable, and willing man finds employment at wages which, with thrift and a good wife to manage, will enable him to go far toward laying up a competence for old age. Those so fortunate as to be married know how much depends upon a wife who can manage your household affairs, and those who are not yet married will find that out. There is nothing that the success and happiness of a working man so much depends upon, next to his own good conduct, as a good managing wife. And here, let one who has, almost without intention or desire, had himself loaded with somewhat more than a competence, tell soberly that what one has beyond this brings little with it, and sometimes nothing desirable with it. What all should strive for is a competence, without which Junius has wisely said no man could be happy. No man should be happy without it, if it be within reach. And I urge everyone to save part of his earnings these prosperous days, and put in savings bank at interest, or better still, buy a home with it. But to revert to railroading. President Thompson one day amazed the community of Pittsburgh by stating that on some future day, the Pennsylvania Railroad would transport 100 cars a day over it. Cars then carried 8 tons net. We had small locomotives, and the roadbed was something to frighten one. It was laid with light rails and cast iron joints were used. I have known 47 broken joints found one morning in winter on my division, and it was over such a line that we ran our trains. It is no wonder that breakdowns were frequent. We had no cabooses on freight trains. Trainmen had to be out in all weathers. It was single track, and not having a telegraph line, in case of delays, trains ran curves, that is, a flag band went ahead and the train followed, and met when they could, and sometimes met with considerable force, on the sharp curves. There is nothing apparently takes so long to learn by the average railroad man as this proposition, that 2 trains cannot pass each other successfully on a single track. We never did quite learn that lesson, even on the Pittsburgh division. Being a telegrapher, I took charge of our own railroad telegraph wire when it was constructed, and I believe that I placed the first young woman telegraph student at work on a railroad, so I see it stated. In those days, the superintendent had to do everything. There was no division of responsibilities. It was supposed that no subordinate could be trusted to run trains by telegraph or attend to a wreck, and Mr. Scott and I, his successor, were 2 of the most foolish men I have ever known in this respect. We went out to every wreck, worked all night. Often I was not at home for a week at a time, scarcely ever sleeping except a few snatches lying down in a freight car. I now look back and see what poor superintendents we were. But I had a great example in Mr. Scott. It took me some time to learn, but I did learn, that the supremely great managers, such as you have these days, never do any work themselves worth speaking about. Their point is to make others work while they think. I applied this lesson in after life, so that business with me has never been a care. My young partners did the work and I did the laughing, and I commend to all the thought that there is very little success where there is little laughter. The workman who rejoices in his work and laughs away its discomforts is the man sure to rise. For it is what we do easily, and what we like to do, that we do well. When you see a president or superintendent or a treasurer loaded down with his duties, oppressed with care, with a countenance as serious as a judge uttering a death sentence, be sure that he has more responsibility than he is fit for, and should get relief. Compare the speed of trains, for instance. On the great Pennsylvania Railroad, we thought that we had reached perfection when a passenger train was put on which ran between Pittsburgh and Philadelphia in 13 hours, about 27 miles an hour. It was christened the Lightning Express. That was not because we thought the lightning was so slow, but because we thought the train was so terrifically fast. Today, the Empire State Express is run at double this speed, which holds the world's record. But do not let us make the mistake again of thinking that we have reached perfection. The next generation will run trains at 100 miles an hour, double the present speed, just as trains are run at double the speed of 30 years ago. The line will be straight, in the language of Scripture, quote, the crooked places, unquote, that is, the curves, quote, shall be made straight, unquote. In the improvements made today on the various lines, I don't think many managers look far enough ahead. They are spending on some parts perhaps $500,000, where they ought to spend double, and easing the curves which they should abolish, and some future president is to say that they wasted a good deal of money. Nothing but a straight line will be up to date in 1950 or before that. But there is another department in which progress has been great and even of greater importance than in that which has been referred to. It is in the care of railroad employees, their position, their advantages, their earnings, and in the pension system which the leading railroads of this country feel themselves obligated to establish, that those who labor year after year at stated salaries and have no prospect of making great gains should at least have this consolation in view, that in their old age they will be able to live in comfortable independence, not as a matter of charity, but by virtue of their own exertions, and what they are entitled to as a bonus for faithful service rendered. I know of nothing which lifts and improves the service of a great line and adds so much to its safety as a staff which can rest in the knowledge that after they have grown old in the service, their old age is made comfortable through the system of pensions. Before long, no line will rank as in the front rank which has not this invaluable, I might almost say necessary element in securing a staff of trustworthy, intelligent, and loyal men filled with esprit de corps for the company they serve. In the buildings now being provided at transfer stations, in the reading rooms and libraries, and in some cases, especially on the Santa Fe route, I learned billiard tables and other means of harmless and needful entertainment are provided. Last but not least, in such buildings and societies which draw men together for their good in all these improvements, and in many other ways, we have evidence that employers are recognizing their duties to the employed more clearly than in the past. The railroad man is to be congratulated also upon this fact, that wherever improving agencies have been established, the men have endeavored to show their appreciation by using them to the fullest extent. Railway companies can make no better use of money than in establishing additional institutions of this kind and enlarging those which already exist and are crowded. It will be that company which does most for its men in the direction indicated, which will do best for its shareholders, and on the other hand, it will be upon that line the working man will feel most at home, and in which they will take the greatest pride, and for which they will be most willing to incur the exhausting labor and danger incident to the railroad man's calling, thus giving another proof that their interest and the interest of those whose capital is invested are not antagonistic, but mutual. It is a great delusion to say that labor and capital are foes. They must be allies, or neither succeeds. I have before used the simile of likening capital, business ability, and labor to the legs of a three-legged stool. The stool will not stand up without the support of all these three legs, and to dispute as to which of these three is most important is useless. It can never be determined, and if determined it would be of little consequence, since the great fact remains that they are all absolutely necessary for such success as we see on the great transportation lines of our country. The men of the railroad world are to be congratulated on occupying the proud position, as I believe, of the most temperate body of employees in the world. They are an example to the working man in other branches of the outspreading tree of labor, and their influence cannot fail to prove of incalculable benefit. No rule that a man can adopt will bring greater reward than this: to abstain from the use of alcohol as a beverage. A drinking man has no place in the railway system. Indeed, he should have no place anywhere. The satisfactory relations which exist upon the whole between the railroads and their men should be gratifying to them both. It is always sure to be created and to exist where the officers are intelligent and sympathetic, and feel themselves part of the one organization which manages the line, comprising all employees, from the track laborer to the locomotive engineer, and up through all grades to the president himself. Every one, a NYC, or a PRR, or a CB&Q, or a DL&W man. There is no room for antagonism upon a railroad between employer and employee, for the president and superintendent do not own the property any more than the employees do. Therefore all are, as just said, members of the same corps. All are equally the servants of the company. The official therefore recognizes in the trainman, the roadman, or the engineer, employees like himself, to whom he must naturally feel the glow of comradeship, while they cannot but regard the officials as their fellow members, and feel that in all matters of compensation or discipline, what their fellow members in office prescribe has not for its end their own self-aggrandizement, but the successful operation of the line. There is another feature of cheering import. The road to promotion is clear and direct. All can certify to that, for, I doubt not, many of those now in authority began in subordinate positions, and have won their way by merit, not by favor. Every man in the railway industrial army, as Napoleon said of his army, carries a marshal's baton in his knapsack. Upon railroaders there rest grave responsibilities. They have in their keeping the lives of the public. I need not say the traveling public, for with us all travel. Strict sobriety, unceasing vigilance, staunch courage, faithfulness to duty are demanded of them, and that these are characteristic of the force is testified at recurring intervals, and by the position they have reached and occupy in the estimation of their grateful fellow citizens. Section 11. Wealth, Part 1. When President Roosevelt sent his notable message to Congress 7 years ago, calling attention to the unequal distribution of wealth, and recommending high progressive taxes upon estates at the death of the owners, the writer sent him a copy of The Gospel of Wealth. The president wrote in reply that he was, quote, greatly struck with the fact that 17 years ago, you had it all, end quote. This led the writer to proceed a step further and add another chapter which appeared in 1906. In like manner, the writer held and expressed advanced views upon labor and land before he could be ranked as one of the multimillionaires. He cannot therefore be regarded as only a recent convert to some of the doctrines which are now promulgated so freely. As time has only served to confirm the views then expressed, it is believed that readers will prefer to learn what was written before these questions had come so prominently to the front. The unequal distribution of wealth lies at the root of the present socialistic activity. This is no surprise to the writer. It was bound to force itself to the front, because exhibiting extremes unknown before, it has become one of the crying evils of our day. In the world's progress, scientific discoverers and mechanical inventors appeared and adapted the forces and materials of nature to the uses of man, followed by the commercial and industrial age in which we live, in which wealth has been produced as if by magic, and fallen largely to the captains of industry, greatly to their own surprise. Multimillionaires, a new genus, have appeared, laden with fortunes of such magnitude as the past knew nothing of. The extremes in the distribution of wealth have never been so great as they are today, although salaries and wages have never been so high. This has naturally attracted the attention of the wage earners and others not deluged by the golden showers, and the socialist budget appears as one of the remedies proposed. In The Gospel of Wealth, 1889, The writer advocated graduated taxation upon estates at death of owners, saying, "The growing disposition to tax more and more heavily large estates, left at death, is a cheering indication of the growth of a salutary change in public opinion." The state of Pennsylvania now takes, subject to some exceptions, 1/10 of the property left by its citizens. The budget presented in the British Parliament the other day proposes to increase the death duties, and, most significant of all, the new tax is to be graduated. Of all forms of taxation, this seems the wisest. Men who continue hoarding great sums all their lives, the proper use of which for public ends would work good to the community from which it chiefly came, should be made to feel that the community, in the form of the state, cannot thus be deprived of its proper share. By taxing estates heavily at death, the state marks its condemnation of the selfish millionaire's unworthy life. It is desirable that nations should go much further in this direction. Indeed, it is difficult to set bounds to the share of a rich man's estate, which should go at his death to the public through the agency of the state. And by all means such taxes should be graduated, beginning at nothing upon moderate sums to dependents, and increasing rapidly as the amounts swell, until of the millionaire's hoard, as of Shylock's at least, the other half comes to the privy coffer of the state. This policy would work powerfully to induce the rich man to attend to the administration of wealth during his life, which is the end that society should always have in view as being by far the most fruitful for the people. Nor need it be feared that this policy would sap the root of enterprise and render men less anxious to accumulate. For, to the class whose ambition it is to leave great fortunes and be talked about after death, it will be even more attractive and indeed a somewhat nobler ambition to have enormous sums paid over to the state from their fortunes. Long entertaining such views, there is nothing in the socialist budget, as presented by Mr. Snowden in the Labor Ideal series, which does not commend itself to the writer. It will be noticed it proposes, as the Gospel of Wealth did 19 years ago, that 1/2 of the deceased millionaire's hoard should go to the state when the estate exceeds $5 million. Mr. Snowden's protest against indirect taxation of commodities is also sound because this favors the rich. One individual does not consume much more of these than another, while the ability of the rich to pay duties is infinitely greater than that of the masses. The American, British, and German tariffs present a great contrast, much to the benefit of the masses of the American people, and this although America, like Germany, is protective, and Britain is free trade. America taxes imports heavily, but these are the luxuries of the rich, which the masses do not consume. The American masses eat, wear, drink, smoke American products. Only the rich wear foreign silks, linens, fine cottons, broadcloths, etc., drink French wines, or smoke Havana tobacco. It is by taxing the importation of these and similar articles that America raises revenue. Thus, in 1907, $216 million was collected upon such luxuries, all paid by the rich who alone use them. Tea, chocolate, and coffee are free. Sugar, formerly free, alone of all food products, yields much revenue, as a protective duty of 2 cents per pound exists upon it at present, intended to stimulate the growth of beets. 500,000 tons of domestic sugar were produced in 1906, and production is rapidly increasing. Thus, the American workman, if he neither smoke nor drink, practically escapes tariff duties, except upon sugar. In Britain, the workman pays not only upon sugar, but also upon imported tobacco, tea, and coffee. The American excise tax upon tobacco is only 6 cents per pound, as compared with 75 cents in Britain. Germany in 1905 imported articles for consumption valued at $595 million. To protect her agriculturalists, she taxes all imported food products, which are consumed by rich and poor alike. The German masses are here more heavily taxed than the British. The distribution of wealth and taxation in Britain, according to Mulhall and later authorities, is estimated as follows. See Westminster Review, February 1908, page 172. 680,000 persons in the rich class, with a combined wealth of $60 billion and $190 million in tax collected. 5,100,000 persons in the middle class, with a combined wealth of $15 billion and $210 million in tax collected. 38,220,000 persons in the working class, with a combined wealth of $5 billion and $200 million in tax collected. The total number of persons is 44 million, with a combined wealth of $80 billion and $600 million in total tax collected. This result is obtained by a combination of imposts, which, taken collectively, tax the different classes of the people on the average in proportion to their income or wages. But if an assessment were made, as it should be, in proportion to accumulated wealth, the figures would appear as follows. Rich class, with a combined wealth of $60 billion and $450 million tax. Middle class, with a combined wealth of $15 billion and $112,500,000 tax. Working class, with a combined wealth of $5 billion and $37,500,000 tax. The total wealth is $80 billion, with $600 million in total tax. From this it would seem that the middle class are charged $97,500,000 above their proper share, and the working class pay $162,500,000 too much, while the rich contribute $260 million less than they should do in proportion to the wealth of their real and personal estate. In other words, about 1.5% of the whole population own the bulk of the wealth, and the rest of the community pay the bulk of the taxes. The statement appears almost incredible, but the matter is of such importance as to be worthy of official inquiry. Those whose incomes are only sufficient to meet physical wants should not be subjected to taxation at all. Adam Smith's dictum, "The subjects of every state ought to contribute to the support of government as nearly as possible in proportion to their respective abilities, that is, in proportion to the revenue which they respectively enjoy under the protection of state," should be the rule, especially since there is so much wealth concentrated in the richer classes beyond their most liberal needs. We speak, however, only of the physical needs of men. It should always be remembered by the working man that neither liquor nor tobacco can be considered as needs. The dire consequences resulting from the use of liquor would justify much higher taxation upon it, in the interest of the workers themselves. The greatest single evil in Britain today is intemperance. $785 million yearly is the drink bill. How much of this is paid by the working class is, we believe, unknown, but even if it be only one half, here is $392.5 million worse than wasted by them. The liquor interests have now received title to their drinking places, when before they had only licenses from year to year, a present made to them, as estimated by some, equal to $1,500 million. When one asks himself, what would most benefit the worker, there is no hesitation in the reply: to avoid liquor and gambling. The working man who indulges in either is, to the extent he does so, the architect of his own poverty. Here is the issue of greatest moment to the working men. One cannot help those who do not help themselves. One man cannot push another up a ladder. The moment he realizes his grasp, the assisted one falls. It is only possible to really help those who cooperate with the helper. It is not the submerged but the swimming tenth that can be steadily and rapidly improved by the aid of their fellows. The former should be the special care of the state, and should be isolated. Viewing socialism upon its financial side, as shown in Mr. Snowden's budget, its demands are just. A heavy progressive tax upon wealth at death of owner is not only desirable, it is strictly just. So is it just to exempt from taxation the minimum amount necessary to supply the physical wants of men and their families, just as a minimum is exempt from income tax in Britain, and the modest homestead is from foreclosure under mortgage in America. There is, however, nothing specially socialistic in this. It is sound Adam Smith doctrine that all should pay taxes only in proportion to their ability to do so, and revolutionary socialism is successfully to be combated only by properly conceding the just claims of moderate men. Wealth is undoubtedly a great factor in civilized life, a very great factor indeed, since civilization itself rests upon it as its foundation. In his essay upon the Gospel of Wealth in the 19th century, Mr. Gladstone pronounced it to be the business of the world. When there was no wealth, there was no civilization. None was possible. All was necessarily savage or barbaric. As long as the first stage existed, and man consumed all that he captured, nothing permanent could be built, there being no reserve fund to draw upon. Man lived in the wilderness, almost as he found it, sheltering himself in huts made of branches or in caves. During the second stage, faint traces of individualism began to appear. In the progress of the race, men displayed different aptitudes. One man could forge swords and make arrows better than another. One could capture more fish, another kill more game, and finally it became profitable for these to apply themselves solely to their respective branches. Specialization began the root of individualism. Then came exchange of products, but after a time barter ceased, and certain articles, wampum, beads, skins, shells, became money, in which were invested the savings of men. Then was slowly developed in due progress of time that beneficent gospel, as a man soweth, so he reap reward, according to service. Many things hitherto held in common became private property, and at last,